Hello. I can't hear you, so there is probably something
Sorry.
wrong.
No, I was still muted.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm here now.
Just going to check some settings. So I don't think I can do that right here. So I'll just leave for a quick minute just to see if I have the right stuff connected, my microphone and stuff. So I'll be right back.
Okay, no. All good.
Hail to thee, Stygian.
Hey, and it's Stein.
Stein.
Yes. Apologies, I'm still making my dinner. I just came home from training. So.
It's fine, dude. I think you were eating the last time I was on, like you were cooking. Do you know if we're, I know that the general topic is Ragnarok, but do we have, I missed the last one we did, so are we like picking up from a particular topic?
No, not necessarily. Ragnarok is more the overall theme. It's basically just everything, everything end times, and I think, like, yes, many things have been said already, but some things are worth going over again or diving a bit deeper into. You're always gonna repeat things, and that's why it's good that there are other people, multiple people, because everybody has their own ideas, their own weave, their own thoughts on things. So
welcome, Einstein. So if you guys are both Stein, if they're spelled differently, I guess. So I don't know how to pronounce it.
No, that's Light Elf. There's another dude.
Yeah, it was like Stein, but with an O-Y in front of it. So I wasn't sure how to pronounce that.
Oh, yeah, are you talking about my real name?
Yeah, it's Light Elf.
My real name is it's the same name as the guy Varg Vikernes murdered, if you know that name. No, that's black metal, or it's Øystein, but it's very, very hard to pronounce for English speakers for some reason.
Crazy Uncle Varg.
There's basically the same name as Stein here, except spelled differently, kind of. Are you guys from country?
No.
Okay. Well, that's interesting too.
but it means, my name means fortune stone. So Øy means fortune, and I'm assuming Stein just means Stein in his language. So yeah, we have basically much the same name.
It refers to stone. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
I would assume that means pineal gland, because in the Christian mysteries, I think that's what stone is referring to, is the pineal gland in the head.
Would they have such knowledge back in the day?
I think certain people did, but not everybody, no. Which is why I think this is also the time of revelation in Ragnarok, is because now it's more well known. Like, these secrets and mysteries are not just for certain people, but everybody now can kind of like learn about it. So I think that's part of Ragnarok, is that realization of the stone.
Yeah, no, that's a good one. Like, it's the apocalypse. It's the unveiling of things, the unveiling of secrets, and as you said, like, it is no longer just for, the secret societies and the brotherhoods and whatever. Now, basically everyone has access to it. Just gotta know where to look, Like, who was it again who said that, I'm gonna paraphrase because I don't know exactly. Like, it's a sin to be ignorant in the time of information, or something along those lines. What was that again?
Well, even if you didn't get it right, that's still a powerful concept. Yeah.
I mean, this is the age of information. You can literally find anything on the internet.
But then you have it. Information is not wisdom, because information is just gibberish if you can't process it. So you need to have a discerning ability. I was in the mountains this weekend, and I viewed an old book, like the cabin book I have been writing when I was like 17 or 18, and I wrote that wisdom is information, and information is data. So the internet is God, and I don't stand for that statement now. It was very juvenile, but it appeared so for me at that time.
I get that. I saw a stream today, live stream from the Spiritual Gangsters podcast. They're good. They're really good. But talking about AI and that AI application that you have, when you can just like chat with a AI or whatever, and of course that went into like the internet, and like as I see it, at least, you could say that the internet really is a different dimension or a different universe. Like, it's a reflection of real life, but by no means is it the same thing. Like, we don't behave on the internet as we would in real life. We would cause so many trouble. We'd get in so many trouble if the things we can say freely on the internet, because it's so anonymous, you can literally hide behind a profile picture, which can be anything. If you were to say those things in real life, you'd get in trouble. You'd get locked up. You get beaten, or worse. You can be anything and anyone on the internet, and like I truly think it's another dimension, another world.
It has most definitely been a game changer, but the internet is also not static. It is always changing, and it has become more and more centralized. So before, like in the olden days, especially before 2016, the internet was more like an anarchy, and with and now it's like centralized nodes where everyone are at. It's much like cable TV, where everyone just receives the same sort of information.
I mean, it's with a reason that they say that, sites like Twitter and Facebook and whatever, it's the digital town square, because that's what it is. That's where that's where you talk to your friends. That's where you buy stuff, where you sell stuff. It's no longer, I mean, it still happens IRL. But we've become so used to, talking to our friends on Facebook, that if we hang out IRL, we don't know what to do. We don't know what to say.
Yeah, I have a half brother who is each summer he sells berries with his father, like on the streets. So they have tons of berries, and especially cloudberries. They're very popular. And he says that 1 year he will have to end end it because it's not profitable. People are not buying that way anymore. And that's sad because there's so much culture in that being lost, like having this town fair with all these wares to be sold. Like, yeah, if you've been to those places, you have like knives, jewelry, berries, all sorts of food, and anyone can just show up and just have a table with something they're selling. And it's not like
flea markets, and you know,
that still happens here in West Virginia. Most of the communities have festivals like the Apple Festival or the Black Walnut Festival or something like that. So the festivals come with the seasons of the.
Those are organized festivals. It doesn't really happen spontaneously anymore. Like, you don't just go, with a table or a stand by the roadside and just sell your stuff, sell your flowers, your berries, Now it all has to be organized. Or maybe it's
like cable.
It's been centralized, like all the malls, they are like a centralized nodes for trade. And everyone ignored the local shops, and even the shops in the city center are ignored because there are no parking spaces there. So everyone just drive to the mall instead. So the city center is abandoned.
I really want to. Sorry, I think this is something we should discuss during the podcast, because what I'm having a realization of right now, because I work on a nonprofit here in town that focuses on economic and community development, and we're trying to preserve the very same things that you guys are talking about, but you guys are across the planet. So in this day and age that we're in, this Ragnarok era, we're also seeing an economic thing take place. And from the Christian perspective, Revelation includes an economic perspective. And the mark of the beast is what comes with that. So
that might be a good thing to dive further into in this part.
Definitely Thank you, Light Elf, because that's really good insight. It's easy to
perhaps make a note on the paper so you remember it in the heat of the battle. So we can pick up the thread.
I didn't mean to interrupt you though, but I it's just that we normally have such good conversations before we even begin recording. I wanted to make sure that we revisited that.
That's a good one. That's really a good one, and a good one to get into.
But you had ended on the town square, so if you want to pick up from where you were talking before I interrupted you.
Which steam are you talking to?
Well, you had just finished town square, and then I interrupted the next steam.
Okay. What I was thinking is that it's the same pattern everywhere, and the real world and the internet reflect that. And it's a pattern of centralization and profit and efficiency. And did you know that the ship container was invented in the 50s? I think it was invented by an American. And this made shipping much more efficient. Before, it took like a week to unload a ship. So like the Italians during World War II, they had great trouble. They could send ships to the harbors, but each transport were just standing there by the mole or whatever you call it. But a ship container is, you just have to lift it, and it's so much more efficient. And with that, international trade really exploded. It became much more profitable. And for this reason, culture has started. It was a gradual process. It started getting lost. Everything was streamlined, and everyone started to get the same products. And this pattern is also, it also involves human beings. They want human beings to be streamlined. They want human beings to have the same culture of materialism. So that's much more profitable to deal with, instead of having everyone having their own preferences and preferences for acceptable behavior too. That's just standing in the way for profit. So I think it's obvious that unhindered materialism is quite evil, to be honest. Don't you agree?
I think that what we're seeing is what they call globalization, where they basically dissolve all the borders. And like you said, it's all to be the same homogenized culture, which is funny because this is exactly what they do to milk, for instance. They take milk from 1,000 cows, mix it all together, and then everybody gets the same milk. So it's like they want us to be just like,
they even do that with steak. Like the steak you eat is not just from one cow; it can be from like 5 different cows. They just cut off the best parts and will quite literally glue them together.
Whoa. Well, here we do have that with hamburger, with ground beef. That comes from, you'll have 1,000 cows in one patty. Yeah.
Jeez.
And see, that's another thing, is that we're talking about these spontaneous festivals. You know, if you lost a sheep or something and went and found it and brought it back home, that was a reason to celebrate. If somebody got married, or it was a long lost friend or relative came in to visit, they might slaughter an ox right there on the spot, and then feed the whole community, just comes and eats an ox.
Like you didn't really need a big reason to have party or to have a get together. You know, it's just, as you said, I haven't seen you in a while. You know, let's have a party. Let's celebrate, because it's been so long.
I would like to protest there, because all those high times of pagan times, they were at very set intervals, and it was very important that you did it at the right time. You couldn't just slaughter your livestock at the wrong time. That would be catastrophic. So in Norway, all the traditional food is like, it's not from the best part of the animal. It's like it's connected to the Christmas or the Yule season, because you couldn't keep all the animals through the winter, so you just slaughtered most of them, and then you had access to a lot of meat for just a brief period, and then you just feasted like crazy, and then you had hard times after that, of course. So it was important to feast. And isn't there like this French serfs, French peasants? They had like 1/3 of the year was like a holiday. I don't know the details.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, but like just medieval serfs, they worked like only, I believe, like 180 days out of the year, because the church back then thought it was important to celebrate life and celebrate God and religion as much as possible. So nowadays, we live in relative luxury compared to those times, central heating, electric lights, whatever, but we're working so much more. Like I have 21 or 25 vacation days in my contract, excluding sick days. So let's say sick days, I don't know, let's say in total, vacation days, sick days, I have a month. So that's still 11 months out of the year that I'll be working like 4 or 5 days a week.
Okay. Oh, I misunderstood. So you're writing the notes in the chat?
Oh yeah, that only we can see this. So I'm just putting notes there for our own benefit.
That's perfect.
Because
easily accessible for everyone.
But because I don't mean to start a religious debate, it's not meant like that. But I wonder if there are a difference between pagan and Christian festivals or holidays. It would be interesting if they had different characteristics in some way. It's just an open question because I don't know. It's just a thought.
Well, I mean, that's what this is really all about, I think. I don't know if others are Christian or not, but really there aren't too many Christian holidays because really they all come from Judaism, and Judaism was very, very specific. So just like you were mentioning with the pagan feasts, they are very, very similar. In fact, there's hardly any difference between them. There might only be like days apart in some cases. So the Jewish feast days start in the spring, after the spring equinox, the first light of the moon after the spring equinox. That's when the feast days begin. And then 50 days from that, you'll have your next set of feast days. And then another 50 or so days after that, you'll have your fall feast days, but they don't really have any in the winter. So just like you were talking about, Stein, about how the peasants would have a long break, it kind of reminded me of Saturnalia, which is a little more pagan. That was when
pagan.
Wasn't that like the Roman Christmas or?
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, what we say Christianity as a whole is really a blend of a lot of different things. But the closest thing to that in Judaism would be Hanukkah, which is like a story about when the temple got destroyed and stuff like that. But it's not real. It wasn't a feast that they were instructed to do by their deity. It was just something that they kind of created on their own, I think. But yeah, they're very, very, very similar because basically they go with the seasons.
Yeah.
But what I think is also interesting about Saturnalia, the servants would switch places with the master for like a day or two or something like that. So I always thought that was a really interesting.
Oh, that's I didn't know. That is interesting.
Except
Yeah.
I don't know for how long though.
I read somewhere that this is like a social vent for people's frustration. So yeah, you kind of turn the hierarchy on the head. So for a brief period, you can make fun of your master, and otherwise that's completely taboo.
Turning the pyramid upside down.
Yeah.
Oh.
It also has a bit of a, I think it's also interesting to consider because in the Christian tradition, at the end of the apocalypse, there is that 1,000 years of peace or where there is no labor. So it's like a long Saturnalia, if you will, or a long break in the labor, which I think is pretty interesting.
Yeah, I always wondered about that because isn't it so that medieval Christians believe that you would physically rise from the grave, like physically. Judgment Day would be on earth, and you would just be resurrected from the grave, and you would have Jesus before you, and he would like have this big judgment and decide who goes where, basically. And I'm supposing that, and I also did not understand how. I mean, is heaven supposed to be on earth, or is it? Yeah, that's my question. I mean, do you have any takes on that?
Oh yeah. If you want to learn a little more about the resurrection, you can read Ezekiel 37. There is a prophecy of the dry bones, and part of the resurrection, I think, is going to include this ritual that we read about in Ezekiel 37. So I think this is why the preservation of the body, the bones, is so important in the Christian tradition. I don't agree with the way they do things now, like by embalming a body with chemicals and things like that. But it's been a long-standing tradition to always collect the bones of saints and things like that, because of the belief that one day they would reassemble and, in this judgment type scenario like you're talking about. But that's actually explained in a lot more detail in Ezekiel chapter 37. So you might find that interesting. Now, there's another story that goes along with that. I think it might be in the book of John, which is like the fourth gospel. After Christ resurrected the first time, there was also the dead then that rose up from the graves and they walked into Jerusalem. So that was something I didn't know until very recently. So there's already a precedent for that, but that's supposed to happen again in this latter.
Wow.
Yeah.
And the cycle repeating.
Exactly.
Wow.
One more thing, though. You mentioned it's heaven on earth or not. I think, heaven's only in heaven. But I think the whole point of heaven on earth is that for that 1,000-year period, I think there will be a heavenly kingdom on earth, so to speak. Like, it's not where heaven belongs, but to show the authority of the Most High God, he'll make it a kingdom on earth that'll last for 1,000 years. And I think that might be like the golden age that we've seen mentions of from before. Like a lot of times it's referred to as the reign of Saturn, which personally, I kind of equate Saturn to Odin, because of a lot of times people make that connection. But there's possibilities.
Odin's for me always been associated with Mercury.
Oh, see, that's very interesting. I have heard that too. Well, I say Saturn because it's got like this more serious tone to it. And Odin, even though he's a trickster, known for being very serious. And also Saturn has one eye at the South Pole and a hexagon at the top. Got one eye, of course. But then Jupiter also has the eye.
But Jupiter has more been associated with the like the supreme gods, Jupiter, the Aspater, the sky father, the sky god.
But it's interesting because Jupiter takes over from Saturn, and it's Saturn who has the golden age, and when Jupiter takes over, it turns into a silver age. So it's like, very, very interesting. And it kind of in Norse mythology, I believe Thor, or the thunder god, was the main god for the longest time, and Odin kind of took over in a very late period.
No, wasn't it Tyr?
I heard both. Yeah.
That depends, because Tyr is a very, very not very well documented god at all. So the name Tyr is basically cognate to just meaning God, and we don't know much about it. But it seems like he was kind of supplanted too, because he lost his hand. Yes, so there's something there, but it's so hard to know.
Well, I mean, he plays a key role in Ragnarok, or at least in the binding of Fenrir. So you think that, with such a major event as Ragnarok or Kali Yuga, end times, whatever name you want to give it, you think that Tyr would be that he would have a bigger role, that there would be more known.
The thing about him is that he is a law god, a god for the thing, and a god for oaths. And I believe he is connected to the Vedic pair of Mitra and Varuna, which are the same type of gods, oaths and law and judgment. So I think that's the source for Tyr. So it has never been the highest god as such. And I believe for the Vedic peoples and for like the Slavs, Indra and Perun was the highest god, which equals Thor. So kind of the Norse that visited or settled Iceland, for example, they most likely had Thor as their main god. They were not aristocrats as such, although many aristocrats came to Iceland because they fled the Norwegian king. So it was like the belief of the people having Thor as the highest god, whereas the aristocracy gradually adopted Odin for some reason or another.
Well, Odin is the wisest of the gods, and I think as a aristocrat and the All-Father, so as an aristocrat, as one of the the higher echelons, the elites, whatever, like you want to associate yourself with the one who is named the All-Father, who is the god of wisdom.
But the thing about Odin is that he's in a way he's treacherous. He's a very dangerous god, and Thor is Thor is just kind and stuff. Although he has a short temper, he has a short temper, but he means well and he loves people and he hates injustice. So he will get mad if someone are cruel to you or unjust. He will get really mad about that. Whereas Odin, he will kill you if he needs you dead. I mean, it doesn't matter.
He is the god of the death too, the god of the hangman, the god of murderers. He's the furious one. So I think that if you are a commoner or like a simple man, it makes sense to kind of worship Thor more, because you want to keep safe, basically. I think so. But so the theory is that there was a split. Like Odin was the god of the aristocracy, but because maybe they like this sort of glory and danger. Maybe they were very militant. So after all, just a thought. Yeah, well, that's true. And I mean, Donar definitely had a temper. He's the one who will bash your skull in first and then ask what your goal is. But I do agree that as a commoner, it would make more sense to worship Thor, Donar. But he gets mad about injustice. Like I was thinking when you said that, but wouldn't that be more Tyr's thing, since he is supposed to be the god of the just?
Interesting, because Thor equates to Indra, and Indra is the great releaser and the great protector of mankind, and in many ways the supreme god. Whereas Mitra, Varuna are the ones that really deal with laws and oaths. So Tyr will be the one you turn to when you make an oath, most probably. And when you go to the thing and you pass judgment or you make a law. So when I talked about injustice for Thor, it's like when he sees the people he loves being harassed.
Yeah, okay.
For instance, you have the issue with the giants in Norse mythology. Like they keep wandering into Midgard all the time, and
they have the issue with giants.
They seemingly are a huge threat, and to humans, because they turn the order upside down. And they're in a sense they're greedy. And probably use humans for whatever. So Thor really does not like giants. So perhaps that's an example of what he would see as injustice.
I wanted to comment on that. I've mentioned it in the past segments that we've done, but if you break down the word influenza, ENZA in German, or excuse me, Italian, means giant. So
Oh, wow.
I find it really interesting that in our end days, we have a worldwide influenza epidemic. And, you know, if indeed Thor returns, everybody that has that giant blood in them might suffer the wrath of the gods, so to speak. That's just my theory.
Wow, because that's really interesting, because you can equate a virus to a giant. I had to this meeting, I've been thinking about this myth by Plato, which you probably know about. He presents this myth where humanity is basically this Athene, which we were split in two, into male and female, and we always miss our second half. And basically, so at one point there was no gender, according to the myth. And that is true, because at one point we were one-celled organisms, and gender gradually came to be. So in the sense, once we were giants, or once we were one-celled organisms, that's very creepy in a way. And that kind of experience.
The not being a gender, you'll see that a lot in occultism as well, but that has more to do with well, like, you have both sides. I watched a video recently about semi-recently about another immortal alchemist, can't remember the name, but that, like, the perfect human being is not of one gender, it is both genders, or like no gender at all. There have been several theories about why now there are two. I believe it was in, I want to say Greek mythology, that that human was once a dual gender being, but in that form, so to speak, was too powerful for the gods, so they split us into two genders. I don't know for sure if that was Greek mythology, but I swear that was Greek mythology. And also in the darker occult, of course, you have the Baphomet, which is a dual gendered, goat-headed.
Yeah, I think I've seen the picture.
Can I comment on Baphomet real quick? Because
yeah,
I've always
please
thought
do.
it was really interesting. The definition of a Baphomet is just a head, a talking head, much like Mimir's head that Odin carried around and revived it with herbs and magic. By definition, when he did that with Mimir's head, by definition, that is a Baphomet. Just strictly speaking, from the occult view of things.
Interesting that you mentioned talking heads, because that's what they'll call like news readers from the bigger news stations. Yeah. You know,
they're all Baphomet.
They're just talking heads. You know, there's not really much to them.
It's also interesting that Odin does take a female role, at least in the later mythology, because he's doing cider, and that is basically a female thing, and it's probably cross-dressing or whatever when he does that, and it's all for power, of course, but still, yeah. And it's the same with the Seder men in Norway, which were killed off at one point. They were doing these rituals, and it was looked really shameful, looked down upon. But they still did so for some reason or another. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's the kind of the same with witchcraft. You know, if you say a witch, everybody assumes, you know, a woman. But like, there are male witches as well. But you know, if you say, "Oh yeah, I'm a male witch," everybody's like, "Okay, I thought witches were all females." But it's funny that now the lines are so incredibly blurred. That is, like, if the lines still exist, like you can about literally be a woman the one day and a man the next day and genderless the day after. And also with
because what we have to remember is that in these older traditional societies, being gender fluid or whatever, that was really, really an exception. That was like some miracle, basically.
Yeah, and I know from Keely, my fiance, that even in the Native American spirituality and the Native American lore, you had what was it called again? Like two spirits housing in one body. I should, you know what? I'm gonna ask her real quick. Yeah, Jean d'Arc.
It's kind of like a non-binary. It's like the opposite of that. It's like, well, instead of not being either, you're both, kind of thing. I would assume what it means.
Yeah, and interesting that you just put Jeanne d'Arc in the comments or in the chat, because she was a female, like really taking on a male role, but still seeing herself as female. Like she took on a male role, but she didn't take on a male persona, so to speak.
Well, she kind of did, because she did like rap her. She I can't remember what the term is, but binding her breasts or whatever. Like she did some effort to conceal her identity a little bit. I think later on, though, like, because we see that eventually she gets burnt at the stake. I think eventually her identity became known, and that probably contributed to, what happened to her. Because, like, had she been a man, they probably would have done it anyway, because they probably would have seen her as a threat to the crown. But if you recall, the French Dauphin was a spineless leader who didn't deserve the throne in the first place. But
a lot of them didn't. No, but it's interesting how you'll see that in multiple cultures, because I know that in Norse culture and even old Germanic culture, if you were, well, let's say openly gay, especially as a man, sorry, you're going upside down in the bog. That's
hey, didn't Thor also gender swap a little bit? There was a story where he lost Mjolnir and had to
he cross-dressed together with Loki, I believe, but that was to fool the trolls, was it? I believe it was a like he was supposed to. No, he
was a Jotnar. Like he pretended to be a bride for the frost giant.
No, he pretended to be another goddess.
He pretended to be Freya, but I don't remember the name of the Jotun, because perhaps it was.
But he demanded Freya's hand in marriage for Thor to get Mjolnir back. Freya wasn't about to do that. Obviously, can't blame her, being married to a Jotnar. No thanks. So he and Loki, I'm assuming most of the idea came from Loki, since he is the trickster. They cross-dressed, like with a wig and a dress, which is so funny, because now I see just like Thor has always been like kind of the image of a power lifter to me, just big burly dude in a dress. That would seem
like, how are you gonna conceal that?
Well, I mean, he did until dinner started and the festivities started, and he practically inhaled 3 whole salmons, and Loki and Loki had to cover for him. Oh yeah, it was a long trip. She's just hungry, okay? And it's the nerves and oh. But yeah, just the image alone of like just a big burly red bearded Thor in a dress trying his best to be female so he can get Mjolnir back and not deliver Freya to the Jotnar.
Hey, Joshua, are you in? I saw his name flash up there.
Yeah. Oh,
So we got 2 Steins and 2 Joshuas now. That's hilarious.
Wow. What does Joshua mean then?
It means salvation,
Stones and salvation.
which is the same thing when you really think about it. The stone is salvation, the pineal gland. And also in Christian traditions, the stone is the bane of the giants. That's a weird overlap you'll find between Christianity and Norse, is that they both hate giants.
and King Arthur drew the sword out of the stone, making him the divine king. There are so many. I just recently finished listening to Revolt Against the Modern World from Evola, Julius Evola, and he goes into a bit about the significance of stones. I should really look it up. I just might keep talking. I got the book back there. We'll look it up because I know there is a. There is a significance to it.
How much time do we have, by the way? Because I was going to take a short bathroom break, if I could.
Yeah, sure. Take a break. And when you're back, I guess we'll start recording. I don't know if other people are gonna come in. I had a lot of reactions, but.
Oh yeah, okay. So it might be a very small meeting then, but sure. We can reiterate a little bit of those things we talked about because it was really, really interesting, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Just take a little break, take a little bathroom break, do what you have to do, and when we're all back, I'll start recording. In the meantime, I'll look up about stones because
I really liked what you said about these giants being like the virus. Yeah,
definitely getting into that. Yeah. Okay. It's kind of annoying that nobody else is joining. Thought we would have more people. I know I'm still talking because we're live. We're live on YouTube. Fuck you. What was it again? I don't even know. Empire decline. Relations, no. Damn it. Sorry for cursing. I'm gonna look it up. Evelyn Stokes. Maybe I'll just get a quote. Oh, okay. That is handy. It tells me the pages. Page 243, 244. Tradition. Oh. Fuck. Oh, crap. It keeps disconnecting. Okay. My mic. Now, do's needs. Sorry about this, people.
see. Hi. So looking at the notes here, we were talking about festivals first, and then ship containers and homogenization, and yeah. So we'll just have to keep a track record there.
Yeah, no, that's but it's good that we have it in the notes. I guess there's going to be a smaller one today.
Yeah, perhaps people are busy.
Yeah, but I got a lot of reactions. I mean, people have read it, people have seen it. Oh well, maybe other people will join in later, and otherwise I think we have enough, just the three of us to talk about. So but I found the thing about stones. It's a big book. You know what? I'm just gonna click the link. Yeah, I'm gonna be lazy. Oh. Oh yeah. Stones, the black stone, black rock. We can even go into that. You know, the
Yeah. Extremely interesting. The world is indeed a magical place, and there are many synchronicities, basically. I got a reading from Raven very recently.
Oh,
and he was
cool.
talking about how a combination of cards were like tea with honey, because that belongs together. And at that very moment, I was drinking tea with honey. It was just so strange.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, Raven does good readings. He really does.
Yeah, he's very good at it, and he has the wisdom to combine with the cards themselves, if that makes sense. So yeah, you make the reading in a correct way, and then you have the wisdom to understand the things that are going on. That's really cool.
Yeah, that's why he's the tribal cardomancer. You know, we're just, hey Josh. Oh, bye Josh.
He seems to be having trouble since he's jumping in and out.
Yeah. Well, he always has a thing going on with his connection and all, but that's okay. Oh well, he's in the live chats on
No,
on YouTube.
he was about to say something.
Yeah, no, he's in the live chat on YouTube. So all good. I'll keep track there. Oh yeah, the rune stone, or what is it? He asked me to mention that one. Because that apparently predicts Ragnarok at 536 AD. He just posted it in the tribe. Yeah, the Dark Ages.
Because those were it was like a cold period. So they say that the winter before Ragnarok was inspired by that cold period, because there was like a huge starvation event in the north.
Yeah, let's see. He once he has his mind set on something, once he has found something, he does not let it go. And I really respect him for that, because you know what, I'm gonna have to look it up. I can't find it. Let's see. 9 generations after Ragnarok, apparently, telling the tale of the Dark Ages being the Ragnarok. I'll look it up real quick. I know too little about it, but that'd be interesting if that were the case. Featuring the longest known runic inscription in stone. Wow.
It's quite early too then.
Yeah, even considered the first piece of written Swedish literature, and therefore, and thus it marks the beginning of the history of Swedish literature.
Cool.
Discovered built into a wall of a church. Church itself was built in the 12th century. The stone itself probably in the early 9th. Short twig runes. Not sure what that is supposed to mean. Also historical references to a Ostrogothic king. Emperor of the Western Roman Empire. Okay. Oh, that's something for Mr. Branch. Ah, that's a good one. Jackson Crawford did a good video on it. Okay, and Burdock, the Crypto Ronin, is also in the chat. So at least we have people in the chat who are not on Zoom. So I have to keep an eye out for that. So I guess we're still doing it with 5 people, but recording with 3, sort of. Oh well. It's gonna be the second to last one anyway. I wanna end this on episode 6, December. You know, then it seemed like a fitting time to end it, because I believe the series is running its course, is really coming to an end, and I have new ideas that I want to put out next week. We're gonna start, of course, with the Lord of the Rings stuff. Not sure how I'm gonna do that though, since I am working next week, unfortunately. So I might have to at least push the hours a bit further, because I still want to do it. I have planned it already. People have taken a day off. A blend of younger Futhark and elder Futhark. Oh, okay.
That's really interesting. That should point to them making the writing in several sessions, or different makers or something like that.
Yeah, you'd think so. Oh, nice. Okay, thanks, Josh, who is in the chat. We did a podcast on little people, the mythology of little people and dwarves, etc. And he already has everything prepped for a part 2. So I'm guessing I have to schedule that one soon. I have a lot of stuff planned for the podcast, and in my personal life, a lot of things are changing. So still waiting on the the branch to get back?
Yeah.
Like how long
Well-
does a potty break have to go?
Yeah. I remember I was with a friend and he was going to the bathroom. We were at the university and he spent so long. I was starting to worry that he had left or something happened or something like that. Like terrible moments.
Yeah, that's always kind of worrisome when someone takes so long in the bathroom. It's like, are you okay there? Did you fall in? Did you fall asleep? What happened? I mean, I know it's a thing, falling asleep on the toilet, late at night, and you wake up because you have to go, and it's like, okay, well, kind of sitting here, I'm comfy and drifting off. And I mean, I don't think I had it myself personally, but I know people who that has happened to. I'm not gonna name names. She'll have my hat for it if I do. So, but just a different topic, real quick. Just waiting on the branch. You was that in the mountains where you were? Those burial mounds?
No, it's basically in my home district. This weekend I visited my mother's cabin. She has bought a new one, but it's right next to the one we had. And this region is the place my grandparents came from, but not on my mother's side, my father's side. And when I was leaving, I was going to do something, and I drove wrong, so I just ended up. I just ended up somewhere else, and I just passed the region, and it's basically just by the road. There's a lot of burial mounds in the entire district. The district has the most burial mounds of all for some reason. Well, the reason is that it was one of the most populated regions in the Viking Age.
Then it would make sense to have a lot of burial mounds. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think burial mounds and the like the practice of burial mounds, it's really something you only see in the let's just say the northern hemispheres. I know that in the US you have them, but also more just the northern hemisphere, the northern states, and it's really a thing in Europe, northern Europe. Like, for example, here in the Netherlands, in Drenthe, which is one of our eastern provinces, you have hunebedden, which are basically burial mounds of just giant boulders, giant rocks. So I'd really love to do a one-on-one with you about that.
Absolutely, I would love to participate because I have access to a bit of lore. I'm not really a fact person, but if I do research first, that will help.
No, that's great, man. And just the lore is interesting too. It's epic too. So
and it's also the idea how they view the afterlife and how they viewed the dead in those mounds. It's very interesting, and of course you can also relate that to the kurgans in Russia. They are very epic. It's the burial mounds in Ukraine and Russia, basically, the name Kurgan.
Oh, okay.
Kurgan. It's very grotesque because at the Battle of Stalingrad they fought for a hill, and it was a burial mound, and that hill was covered in corpses. So you can step anywhere without stepping on a corpse. So it's like, insane.
Oh, geez. Okay. Well, I mean, if you're like on a burial mound already, why not just dig a hole, throw them in?
But it's interesting because I followed some lecture series about burial mounds, and they said that basically they took up the practice after they had. It's written in Snorri's King sagas that when the Norwegians were asked to be Christian, they protested because they had their burning age. They knew about that, which was basically the practice in the Bronze Age. And then they had this age of burial mounds, and they were not going to switch into the Christian tradition.
Because I do believe, and when the branch is back, I'll ask for a clarification on that, because we did mention it, but like just fleetingly, that burying your dead really is a Christian practice, like in Europe, or the like the traditional ages, the traditional empires, they burned their dead, and in a lot to do with their belief as well, of course, that the physical body in a way is like a prison for the soul, or the soul is stuck in the physical body, so therefore you have to burn the physical body for the soul to be able to ascend to heaven or the heavens. And even worse than is I don't know if that's still in practice, but the case in India, that when
widow burning,
that when the husband dies, that the wife, or widow indeed, jumps on the funeral pyre with him and burns alive. Like that's gruesome. That's horrible. But that was seen as honorable. That was seen as traditional.
There was when the first Norwegian king conquered the country. There was a petty king called Herlaug from an island called Leka in my district. He did not accept his defeat, so he went voluntarily with all his family and all his men and slaves into the burrows, and they just locked themselves in and died. So it's
it's a practice you'll see a lot in the Middle Ages, and also in Egypt, where the kings were basically buried with their servants, with their slaves. We ought to get into that too, but first of all, since the branch is back, I'm gonna hit record. I guess it's just the three of us here, and then Josh in the chat and Burdock in the chat. So this is going to be a shorter one. I don't think we're gonna make the 4.5 hours we did last time.
Is there a chat? Another chat?
We're live on YouTube as well. So
sorry, I didn't know that. I'll get the link. Can you send in link in the chat and I'll pull it up?
Oh yeah, sure.
I had no idea.
Okay. Let me just.
Also appreciated your talk about the bodies burning and buried and stuff.
Okay. Yeah, that's another. It's kind of another cyclical thing, because you'll see that. You'll see that coming and going as well. Another cycle.
But I find it interesting because they had no written history, but they knew what practice the their people had like hundreds of years ago. So yeah, so they preserved some knowledge.
Okay, hold on, because my oops disconnect. Okay, don't touch it. Should be good. Y'all can still hear you. Can y'all still hear me? Like,
I can hear you.
okay,
Hear
good.
you
So
also.
okay, so my microphone is working. No touching. Cable is really sensitive. Okay, gonna record just on this computer. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Greyhorn Pagans Podcast. We are on Ragnarok and the End Times, episode 4. Yes, this is the 4th episode. I know there is just so much to talk about. A smaller audience this time. We have 3 people here, myself included, and we are currently live on YouTube as well, where we have 3 people now listening and watching, giving us tips and things to talk about. So welcome for Ragnarok episode 4. I'm here with Light Elf and Joshua TheBranch. The other Joshua couldn't make it, of course, so I guess this would be the first episode we're doing without him. So quick introduction and we'll get on with the podcast. We already made some notes. We already discussed a few things and we're just gonna continue on that. So Light Elf, second time here, welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us.
I'm glad to be here. And I live up to my name because I'm the Light Elf.
Oh, geez, that's bright.
That's a nice tiara. Yeah, cool.
Yeah. So the light of a Light Elf is said to be brighter than the sun. And why is that? Perhaps it's a spiritual light. I am a writer, so this is the one book I've published. So,
Can you read the title of that, please?
yeah, the one that is to awaken. It's historical fantasy.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Where's the book available?
You'll get it on Lulu still. You do, but it's only in Norwegian, unfortunately.
I believe we have some Norwegian listeners, or that's you. I don't know. But I'll put it in the links.
I'll use this is very old, but I'll use an example of what I do. If you can see here, this is an example of Dadaism. So the hero is like shooting an arrow, and you represent that in the text, if you can see.
Oh yeah,
I like that a lot.
Yeah, so it's an attempt to be creative in certain ways, and I just find this, and here like the hero is striking. Robert Greene does something of the same, just much more elaborate in a sense.
That's really cool, man. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Yeah. So the book is set in ancient Sumeria, and they have this creation myth, which I reiterate. It's, as you know, or perhaps some of you know, there are 2 classes of gods, the Anunnaki and the Igigi, and they're from the planet of Nibiru. And yeah, the Anunnaki are like very reptilian-like, and the Igigi are very bird-like. and the lesser gods, the Igigi, they don't want to work, so they demand humankind to be created so that they can have slaves. So that's how we came to be.
Right.
Yeah.
And you based your story on the creation myth.
Yeah, basically, or I dramatize that story, so there's a human drama.
Of course, gotta have
Yeah.
some drama, especially with humans. There's always drama.
Sure.
But yeah, no,
Uh,
awesome, and really cool to have a published writer.
Yeah, I was very lucky, and it's very hard to be a writer, especially in this day and age. I've been a writer for many years. I've done a lot of things, gone through many phases, but I do hope to have further successes down the road, of course. But
Well,
most of the stuff I do is in Norwegian, and I do have a homepage, but it's a bit, what can I say? I have this blog where I write a lot of frustration notes, so I don't know if I should share it.
that's okay. You can always promote your stuff here and in the Minds group or Telegram or wherever. You know, you're always always welcome to. So
Other than that, I'll just quickly mention I have the Light Elf channel on YouTube and also on Odyssey, where I do, for the most part, now at least, video poetry. So I put together music, living pictures, and a voice. Yeah, so should I mention something else? There's this other book. I've been going to the library studies, and I've been a librarian at one point in my life. And this is a very important term, remediation. That's basically what I do when it comes to multimedia. It basically means you reassemble different sorts of media. So in its oldest form, it's like taking a statue from one temple and moving it to the next. And then the statue will be in an entirely new context. And you can also imagine if you take movie clips and put new sort of music to it, or you recombine them in some way. So that's often what I do.
You give them a new meaning, a new context.
Yeah, I actually have another channel called Female Beauty, which is about older stars, if that's possible to say. Like, there's a bit of glamour, so I'm not focusing on Kate Perry or the new celebrities. I'm a real big fan of this dancing group called Pants People, who were big in the 70s. And I take their material and put new music on it.
Was that the one you posted on the Minds group?
Yeah, I believe so. That's one example of that.
I really like that one.
Yeah, I take it that way. I mean, I know that people will like certain things, so I try to placate them. That's like an artist thing. So yeah. So I have many fancies, and I do a lot of things, and basically I should perhaps try to focus more, but it's very hard. So yeah,
a jack of all trades.
No, I'm really not. I'm just spreading my energy. Really, I'm a specialist. I'm only good at a certain few things I do. But yeah, and it's easier to do the easy things than the hard ones.
That's why they're easy.
Yeah, often that for many people. So yeah, but perhaps I'll find a better balance now, because amongst other, I've had a political channel which I ended. I basically ended it 1 day ago because it took up too much energy, and I'm not really a political commentator. So
Politics will do that. It sucks up a lot of your energy.
mhm.
But yeah, thank you for this elaborate introduction. It's a you finally kind of found your voice. Then over to our second guest. We have at least one Joshua with us at the moment, Mr. Branch. You've been here before. You've come with a lot of good stuff. So introduce yourself, reintroduce yourself to the good people. Let them know what's up. Let them know where they can find you, what you have going on.
Hey, Nord and Nordices. I just flew in from Asgard and boy, are my arms tired. So anyway, I just, you can find me on Telegram, just the branch on there. I got a YouTube channel that I'm trying to start, named TheBranch, 33 TheBranch 01. I haven't really did any videos on there yet though. So, you know, I do a lot with others though. You can also find me on Abby Someone's channel. We sometimes do weekly Bible study, news topics, you know, end of times, Ragnarok, Revelation style stuff. So if you're looking to get scared this this season, tune in to the Solomon Report because it probably will scare you.
Well, it is the scary season after all.
Yeah. So we don't even really have to do anything but tell the truth to accomplish that, it seems. But
the truth
yeah.
can be quite scary. Yeah.
So yeah, this I think might be the third time I've joined you, perhaps second or third. So thanks again for the second, because this is the fourth, right? So yeah, thanks for having me back. This is my favorite thing to talk about. So, you know, to have an opportunity to talk exclusively about the end of the world or end of the age, hey, that to me is like a dream come true. So are you guys ready to Ragnarok and roll?
Oh, yes, we sure are. Thank you. I
did have some comments for.
You fell out.
Oh, sorry, I was pressing the space bar to talk and I lifted it up. So I had a couple of comments there after Light Elf's introduction. I wanted to mention, so that headlamp reminded me of how what the Orthodox Church calls the uncreated light, which is the halo. And so when your pineal gland activates, that's the crown chakra, and it's supposed to emit like this piezoelectric ring or light. And that reminded me of the Tuatha De Danann artifacts. There's a sword of irresistible light, and also a stone that when a true king steps on it, it sings, which reminds me of like the sword and the stone with King Arthur, so on and so forth. But with the pineal gland being the crown chakra, I mean, that is sovereignty and kingship. So I just personally found that headlamp to be really cool and fitting, because we were talking about that kind of thing earlier before we started recording.
We were also talking about how our names, both our names, my real name is has stone in it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, which is the pineal gland, which you referred to.
As does my
exactly.
name. We're both stones. I used to be a stoner even, but that's the other Josh. He's currently in the YouTube chat. He's not here, unfortunately.
Oh, hey man. Hey Joshua. And that in this avatar up here with the lamb, those 7 seals also refer to like the chakras of the spine. And if you'll note here, the lamb actually has like a halo of uncreated light, just like he was wearing on his head with the crown. So I think the crowns are meant to represent, like, our rulers are supposed to be enlightened beings with crown chakras activated and such. And I think what's really happened is like we have people that don't have third eye and crown chakras open, but wearing crowns and ruling over us. So it's like the materialist. It's the giants, man.
Yeah, no, that's
Yeah, we had so many. We touched into so many subjects before this recording started. So but I wonder how we can backtrack into that.
Yeah,
well,
we took notes.
That's why we have the notes. Indeed. And
you might have to just start recording every time and just have like a outtakes version.
Yeah,
there's always so much.
Yeah, that's a good one. I'll rip the video from YouTube. It's fine. That's been live since I got since I got here. So but interesting that you mentioned the Tuatha De Danann, because we went into that on episode 3. And again with stone, there seems to be a lot of significance when it comes to stone, like King Arthur pulling the sword out of the stone, making him the divine king, or as I just mentioned to Light Elf before we started recording during the potty break. And you have, of course, the investment group BlackRock and Blackstone, a subsidiary of them, which is just it's the other side of things. That is the darker side of Ragnarok, and you have that with so many religions. The trolls turning into stone when exposed to sunlight or just UV light. Medusa, when you gaze into her eyes, you'll turn to stone. There's such a big significance to it. And with the crown and the crown chakra and the halo, I think it's what came to my mind is, your classic crown, the pointed crown and whatever. And how I see that, how I relate that, is that are the or are supposed to represent the solar rays. So I thought, yeah, that just came to mind. And speaking of crowns, real quick plug, Joshua Fortini, Child of Ash 420, on our Patreon has a original story, The Shadow Crown. I've been editing it, posting it, scheduling it. It's awesome. He goes into he takes things from many different cultures and weaves it into a very cool story. So just wanted to plug that real quick. And on to Ragnarok. First note we have, which we started on, which was really interesting, and I really want to continue on, that is economics and the festivals and selling on the side of the road, because we're seeing a economic decline again, which also seems to happen in cycles. We had, like, most recently, that's 14 years ago. I feel old. The 2008 crash or depression, or how you want to call it. I'm not sure if in between there was another one, but that happens a lot too in cycles of wealth and then poor, on both ends of the the spectrum, and especially during the it's another thing with the divide and duality and dualism. Light Elf, you had some great stuff about that. I'll get to that in a moment.
Mhm.
There's always this schism going on. There's always this divide going on as one group, as one layer of society gets poorer, the other gets richer. Especially over the last couple of years with the whole pandemic, we have had several, I don't know how much, but several new billionaires, like billionaires with B, coming up during a pandemic when the economy basically was shut down, or like shut down for a large part. A whole lot of people, myself included, unfortunately lost our job and had to get by on just odd jobs here and there.
And just a quick note there, and this is also, we talked about centralization of all things, centralization of internet, but this is also a centralization of wealth. Everything is getting into this harder and harder contraction of wealth. And it's the same pattern when a star dies, it turns into a white dwarf and it collapses into itself. And this is what is happening to our economy, which has been standardized for a very long time, and been made very universalistic. Amongst other, I mentioned the ship container.
But isn't it also with the star that first it goes supernova, so it expands beyond its limits to then after collapse on itself, becoming a white dwarf?
Yep, I think so. Perhaps that's a supernova expansion. That's like the empire's phase. Like the British Empire, when it was at its greatest extent, it wasn't healthy. When you expand too much, that's a true sign of collapse. And many empires have, for instance, expanded into Afghanistan, and it isn't long until they take the route into ruin. And Bismarck talked about that you need to consolidate your gains, so you can't just conquer areas. You need to get control, like real control, and that's difficult. There's a thing called nation building.
As I'm seeing here in the chat, there have been shortages of items too. Like, for example, a couple of years ago, I remember this, there was a shortage of baby formula, for example. And I've always been a big proponent of just, breastfeeding and all that, but I get, baby formula, it's needed. And with wealth, the same thing you have with food and, having to eat. Like, there are so many obese people in the world, but then, like, literally on the other side of the world, children are starving. They don't know today if they'll be able to eat tomorrow. And then you have people like here in the West, in the civilized, quote unquote, civilized West, like eating themselves to death. And I don't know.
I mean, obesity is a sign of poverty these days. Like, it's a sign of being low class. So it's not like, it's a lot of empty calories. So it's not like you're eating healthy food. So it's like quantity, but not quality. But all this it's our economy is optimized for efficiency and profit, because we're all materialists these days. But really, what you should focus on, because suddenly we lack something, we should prioritize security, and that goes at the cost of profit. So it wasn't long ago where I lived that people like one generation perhaps, or 1.5 generation, that everyone grew their own vegetables, even though they didn't have to. So they grew potatoes and carrots in their back garden, and that's so sensible, and it's not profitable in any way. But
No, it's
when
it's
you need
profitable. It's profitable in a different way, like not in a monetary way, but and I do think that that is how a lot of people have survived the Second World War, for example, because they had their vegetable gardens, they had a little bit of livestock, rabbits, chickens, whatever.
Wealth.
And yeah,
That's the word.
actual wealth. Yeah. And you'll see that in the runic alphabet, for example, too. I don't know which one that was exactly. Feu, the one that represents both livestock and wealth.
Yes.
Because back then, livestock was your wealth.
Fehu is A, correct?
Yes,
I'm
I
just
think so.
gonna.
Which is interesting because in Hebrew, A is Aleph, which is the ox. So that, in a sense, that's similar, even though they look different.
Yeah, Feu from the Younger Futhark.
That's
Yeah.
What's also important, another source of wealth, so to speak, is community. Without that, you have very little. My family during World War II was mostly based in Trondheim, so they did not have access to farms. And my great-grandmother was standing in a food line at one point, and she passed out because she was so hungry. And there was this kind man that said that my quota of milk, she can just have it. And she got a glass of milk and she was okay. And this was a stranger, but there was so much social trust back then that, he really helped her. But we don't have that now. And I think that's really a part of Ragnarok, because no amount of wealth can save you when everyone hates each other. Everyone is a brother killer. There's no community, no trust.
That is a good one. Like by not trusting each other and literally just hoarding everything for yourself, in a way you are killing your family. You are killing your brother, because you're taking away like his share as well, his cut as well. And yeah, that's a good one. Like the real wealth is not, the change you have in your pocket, or the numbers in your bank accounts, because that's all it is, numbers. And that's why people are so obsessed with money, because numbers never end.
All the sources about the end times talk about this loss of social cohesion and social trust, and every boundary is just broken. So you have cousins turning against cousins, brother against brother, and guest is not safe from host. I think that's a quote. And the husband longs for the death of his wife, and the wife for the death of a husband. It's really, really terrible. And the thing is, we can see all that today. Like, love is rare, even between brothers. It's like, it's terrible. And of course, when you have no social trust, when there is a distressing situation, people will turn against each other very, very quickly. So and perhaps that's I think we could endure a lot of loss of material wealth, because we do have quite a bit still, but it's the loss of cohesion which is the worst, because it also makes people very lonely, atomized.
You could even you could even relate it to cancel culture, for example. He does something that I don't agree with. Therefore, I am taking everything away from you. I am taking your social media accounts. I am taking your livelihood. I am taking, like, literally taking it out on
In a,
you.
also, in a way, it's a form of tribalism, because if my tribe is stronger than yours, we can crush you. We can take your territory. We can take your livelihood. We were talking about how the internet was like the city center, wasn't it? So it's like what did you say? It reflected real world, but it isn't. But it's still the place where people meet. So it has those qualities. And it's about the dominance ruling the city center. If your gang does that, you're really strong, and then you can allow yourself to do anything. And if the rival gang shows up, you wreck them. And when social trust is gone, that's what you do, because it's the law of the jungle.
And that's again going back to the numbers. It's literally a numbers game, like online too. Like the amount of followers you have, which is like really kind of creepy if you think about it. You have followers, okay? Like people follow you. What are you, a prophet or a cult leader? No, I'm just some dude playing games on the internet, and people seem to like it. But yeah, the bigger your following, especially online, like the greater army you have too for your enemies. Like how many times was there a creator or just some online influencer who didn't like some other influencer or creator and just told their fans like, hey, I'm not saying go attack this person, but if you did, it would be appreciated. I'm not saying you should, but but that's a double-edged sword as well, because you have such a big following. Everybody is looking at you and looking at what you do 24/7 and nitpicking it. So they just as easily turn against you as well. Cancel culture, like biting you in the ass, canceling you. And that's a thing with with community. Like we don't take care of each other anymore.
That's what happened with J.K. Rowling's, the writer of Harry Potter. She is definitely part of the political left, and her work, Harry Potter, follows the rebellion narrative from the French Revolution. So it's really a lefty thing. But the left turned on her because she did not follow the orthodoxy to its furthermost extent, which was embracing gender fluidity or transgenderism.
Gender fluid, something like that. Yeah, and then her own people, so to speak, turned against her because she didn't follow the narrative.
And that's chaos. Everyone turns against each other. And if I can be so honest, I mean, I come from the political right, but everything I want is common sense. It's not like I feel like I'm an extremist in any way. But also the political right is plagued by infighting. Everyone turns on each other all the time for the smallest things. It's really crazy. And this is probably a feature of individualism. We have just become individuals which are free from any sort of community or responsibility or meaning, higher meaning in our lives. And all that remains then is materialism and violence, basically. If you can crush someone, you can take what they have, you can take their place. So that's what you try to do because you have no meaning in your life.
No, and you see them as a threat, therefore maybe as more valuable in a way than you, because otherwise they wouldn't be a threat to you. So it's like, I guess, kind of climbing a way up in the hierarchy, but at the same time, it is, indeed turning against someone else. And like as individuals, as individual people, we are very easy to control. And a part of that control is turning us against each other. Because if we're so busy, infighting and fighting against each other, we don't see what the people ruling us are like actually doing. It's distraction, it's diversion. And yeah, that's why I also do these podcasts. Like, we're now with 3 different people here, and we're all from a different country, from a different part of the world. I mean, Light Elf, you and I, we're European. We're both Northern European, but I'm Dutch, you're Norwegian, Branch is American, and yeah, it may not be, getting together in the pubs and the inn and like, talking and planning the revolution there. But we have our ways, and that's also a thing with the internet, like circling back around to that, or should I say cycling back around to that. It's our greatest threat. But again, we could also make it our greatest weapon.
But our greatest weapon has, in a sense, been taken from us because the internet itself has changed structure. It's not a static thing. And it has become much more centralized to the point where everyone are on the same platforms like Facebook and Twitter, and they're so easily controllable. And every dissenting voice is kind of pushed to the outliers, and they're not heard. So what can I say? You have to be an active dissenter to find your own, and those are few in number, and they are censored so much that they basically have no influence. Basically, that's what the game is now. So I don't know. The thought about the internet being used as a weapon, as a form of revolt. What can I say? It is also easily thwarted. So
that's true. That's true. Like, it's always a double-edged sword, because the internet, like, everybody has access to the internet.
Most people are inherently passive, and that's true in the real world. For every revolution there's ever been, there's like 2 or 3% of the population who are revolutionaries, and everyone else are just fence sitters, and they just sit and watch who's winning, and then they start siding with the winners. So you need to have a successful revolution or successful change. You need a fanatical core, basically, and people who are willing to suffer. And if you are fanatical enough and willing to suffer enough, you will eventually win, because the other side will cave. But now we're fighting against someone who has a lot of brainwashed people fighting for them, basically, and someone who rules over so many, also practically all the resources of the world. So it's like facing a hydra, or
and
a monster.
And as I said, with the internet, in my opinion, in my view, being a different dimension, a different world, like, we're living in the age of information, but at the same time, we are really being pushed to do everything on the internet, to not own anything physical anymore. So even materialism has gone like online. You'll see that with cryptocurrency. And as Fortini just mentioned in the chat, you'll have like online real estate, like buildings that you don't actually own, or well, like you own them, but they don't actually exist. Like,
Wow.
yeah, you're a landowner. Yeah, you own several buildings, but they only exist online.
That's taking it to a
And
new level.
exactly. But that's, what do you think? Zuckerberg called it the metaverse, because it
Isn't
is
it?
another universe. It is the
That,
place where we're supposed to live, or one of the places where we're supposed to live after the singularity, after the well, like literally humanity's downfall, when we merge ourselves with technology, when we become like even more physical than we already are.
I believe meta is a Jewish word and it means dead. Is that correct?
That is correct. So you could say that it's death song would be metaverse to me. When I hear it, I think of death song, metaverse.
Yeah.
Mixing languages there, but that's
No, but I do think you have a point there, because like as humans, like we're in the Kali Yuga, in the Iron Age, so to speak, we're physical beings. We have physical bodies. Yes, we still have a soul, a light body, a energy body, whatever you want to call it, but our main body is physical. And like merging with technology, merging with, well, in my opinion, something even more physical, that, yeah, I don't know, it could be like a whole new age. It could be another yuga in of itself, because it's so new that really hasn't happened before, because we never had the technology to merge with technology.
Imagine what a curse immortality would be, or anything near immortality, like uploading your consciousness to a computer and having an entire age where you just existed there, and you perhaps you didn't even know about the need to die, because you would be trapped. Your soul would be trapped for such a long time, and
You would literally.
it would be the definition of materialism. Yeah, you would try to preserve every ounce of your material, extend it as far as possible.
You're even making your spirit, your soul, your like, even that you're kind of transforming in a way into something physical, I guess. But Branch, you had your hand up. You want to chime in on this?
Yeah, thanks. So I have a few. Okay, so I want to mention a few things because I've just been taking notes. So it's going to weave in and out of some of the things that you guys have said over the last several minutes. But the first thing I wanted to mention is, notice how BlackRock isn't buying digital real estate. They're buying real estate. It's called real estate for a reason, because it's real. So we can't even really call digital real estate that. We can call it digital fiat state or something like that, but it doesn't exist. So
doesn't roll off the tongue as nice, but
yeah. But that's the whole thing about words. I mean, they cast a spell, so you can call it digital real estate, and to that person, it's real, in a sense. I mean, look at the cryptocurrency thing, so that already sets a precedent, I think. But we were talking about trading, or excuse me, maybe the festivals rather, and that made me think of trading of culture and customs and these trade routes of the land and sea, and how that has affected culture over time, and how with globalization as it is today, kind of homogenizing everything together, and all that we really get in terms of diversity is something very superficial and shallow. And even the people in the culture a lot of times don't even know the meaning of what they have preserved, because we no longer live that life that way. So it kind of reminds me of Dune, where the Fremen in the future, when there were no more sandworms, they used to have to walk on the sand a certain way to not attract sandworms. Well, later that became just a dance that they didn't even know the meaning of, just for example. And then the still suits that they wore didn't actually have pumps in the heels to cycle water, because they no longer had to worry about water. So they were just for looks. They didn't actually have function. So I think that we see the same thing happening today. It's like, well, we still preserve some of these things, but when was the last time any of us actually went out with a plow behind a donkey or an ox and, did a furrow? You know what I mean? But so there will be some point where stuff like that is not even familiar, and each generation that grows up, these things become more foreign and lost. So I think a lot of the reason these festivals are so important is because they help to preserve tradition and culture and customs. And so I think part of Ragnarok is when these things have been lost. So like I think Light Elf mentioned how guests would not be safe with hosts or something like that. You also see that in the Greek tradition too, with the flood story in Greek, is that Mercury and Jupiter went to every home in the land and tested each home whether or not they exercised hospitality. And they only found one home that did. So they were the only ones preserved. So I think what we're seeing in this time is very similar to that, is that all these spiritual qualities are being kind of marginalized. They're not seen as profitable, very individualistic. The tribe is getting diluted. And
every tradition, just to shoot in a quick comment, is that every tradition or any practice has practical considerations behind it. Like, for instance, when the knights of Europe were known to be very polite, that was because people were supposed to not be killed from a misunderstanding of language. So you practiced politeness. So, and my point here is that the practical and the spiritual, I believe, also must be very connected, because what's it called? As above, so below. So we should reflect the ideal state or heaven upon earth. So we have higher reasons for doing what we do, but what we do needs to be practical and give good results. But yeah, like you pointed out, we have forgotten all about that. So that was just my quick comment.
That's a good one. And with like heaven on earth, you'll see people saying that's mostly in the New Age movements, that heaven and hell, they are mindsets. They are a kind of vibration, a kind of frequency. So, and I mean, I can see that. I do believe that it goes a bit further, that it goes a bit deeper, that indeed, as Branch mentioned, that it is peace and prosperity on earth. For now, that really sounds like a fantasy, sounds like a pipe dream, but I do believe it's possible. But yeah,
I had a few more thoughts, if you didn't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
So along the lines of economics, Revelation also mentions this in Revelation chapter 6, verse 6. It talks about the weighing and measures for wheat and barley in relation to copper, like pennies. And also in that verse, it talks about not harming the oil and the wine. So I think it'd be interesting to keep our eyes on oil and wine. I think that means oil is for anointing, or not like olive oil or something, not the oil we think of as in terms of gasoline, but it says do not
goo.
Yeah. Do not harm the oil and wine is part of that verse as well, which would imply those are the things that are needed in the tabernacle. So I don't know. I just think it'd be interesting to kind of keep our eyes on that, because both oil and wine are made from fruits. So in this Ragnarok era, there's this concept of harvesting, what's left of humanity that still have this chivalrous, civilized, I guess. Because, the quote unquote gods are whom gifted us agriculture and customs and these sorts of things. So it'd be like what they expected to see in us, they don't see. So those ones get done away with. And then the ones that have these qualities, just like with Jupiter and Mercury in that story, they preserve that because that's what they want humans to have. It's like, well, you're no longer slaves, so we would like you to just behave and, because you mentioned the Igigi earlier, Light Elf, how we were made to replace them. And that reminded me of the story with Marduk slaying Tiamat and Kingu. So I guess that would be the moment when the Igigi spoke up and been like, hey, while we're killing Kingu and Tiamat, why don't we use their bodies for something? Because part of that story, I think, is that we were made from Kingu's blood and or his bones and body, and Tiamat was supposed to have been like what the world was created with. So I found that Sumerian creation epic very, very interesting, personally speaking. But one of the other things I had written down here was the internet. I kind of think of it as Loki's net. Like it's something that we really enjoy and love, but at the same time, we're literally knitting our own net. Because like one day, I think it's all that information we put on there of ourselves that will, kind of become a snare. Because once you're on there with your face and all your information, and if they go so far as to like put chips in people and stuff, which I think is entirely possible because they're doing it now, especially in your guys' area, that's more popular. I think that with the direction we're headed, we don't realize that the snare is already around it. The net is already around us. And so I find like Elon Musk's internet satellites to be particularly unnerving, because now you can't escape the internet. Like there are places on Earth you can kind of go and not be around that, but like now there's quite literally a net over the Earth. So I find that really interesting, because in Christian ideology, the internet is kind of part of what we call the beast system, which the mark of the beast is relating to that tribulation, that great tribulation, which brings me to my last point. This is also likened into a refiner's fire that takes gold or silver or whatever it might be metal wise, and putting it through a refiner's fire, you work out all the impurities and the slag. And so I think part of this is that we're going to be forced to, not only are those who exercise some degree of this being preserved, but we're going to also be forced to go back to an original way that might seem foreign to us, but at the same time, it'll be new, because what is old will become new again, in a sense, when that cycle flips. So I think we'll probably see like a huge reduction in technology or reliance upon electricity, or maybe different types of energy altogether. Who knows what it'll look like, but I can pretty much surmise it won't look like it does now.
Yeah.
No, it's interesting that you mention refinery and gold, and because ascension, or just elevating your spirit, is done, as they say, through inner alchemy. And alchemy, in its most basic understanding, like I do believe it's a more spiritual thing, not necessarily physical, is turning base metals like lead, like iron, into gold. So going from the Iron Age, cycling all the way back around to the Golden Age, we have to do a lot of inner work. We have to change our inner alchemy. We have to refine ourselves, burn off those impurities.
Because it seems like this process happens really quickly, because we don't make a cycle backwards, like we go from iron to bronze to silver to gold. All the myths talk about the Golden Age coming back after the climax of the Iron Age, basically. And so it's like, a big die-off. And I mean, in Ragnarok, there's only two humans altogether that survive. That's not a lot. But I get your point. I mean, they're named Life Defiant or something like that. One of their names, Life Trasir, means Life Defiant. So you will really have to have the stuff to survive this, if we were to understand the myths in a literal sense. But I do believe it's not that simple. I mean, it's like you say, it's a gradual process. So you need to better yourself in every way, and Kali Yuga is a good time to be good. I mean, you really stand out then.
Well, it's in the greatest times of hardship when you can truly prove yourself. It's in the hardest battles where the greatest warriors are made. Like tough times create strong man. What was it again? Like tough times create strong man create good times create weak man create hard times. That's that's
yeah, we're in that cycle right now.
But the trouble,
exactly.
The trouble. Have you heard about the rat utopia? The rat utopia.
Oh yeah.
The rats get everything they can possibly want of food and space and sex and whatever. And what happens is that the rat males turn effeminate, and they're not interested in breeding themselves. They just groom. So they just sit in a corner like autists and groom themselves. And so what's distressing about the rat utopia is that it's not like, when amount of the rats have died off, then you can expand again. No, what happens is that the entire colony dies off because you had too much luxury. And I think it's the Roman poet Juvenal, I don't know the English pronunciation. He says that of all ills and evils that you can be struck by, luxury is the worst. Luxury is the worst enemy you can have. It's true, because in a sense the rat utopia proves it or shows it, because luxury makes sure that you don't bounce back. If you were very poor, you could always bounce back from very bad events. But when you have had this era of luxury, you have lost all the abilities to grow your own food. You don't know any practical skills. You don't, you're not connected to nature in a very basic sense. So what happens is that you just die out. Or perhaps you're replaced. So in a sense, if you are to think from this perspective, what would make sense then is to escape from the rat utopia. You can't improve it, and you can't expect to be there and then survive. You have to escape entirely. You must be the rat that gets out of that cage.
Ascend.
That metaverse.
Ascend the cycles, ascend above the pendulum that swings from left to right, and politically, we're seeing that happening now. Like there was a really, for the last couple of years, there was a really, really hard push to the left. But now in with the last elections in, I believe, Sweden and Italy, not sure how much I trust the election process worldwide, but there are now two prime ministers who are on the right political spectrum. So we're seeing the pendulum swing back to the right again. And like, yeah, how do you escape that? Rise above it, become the point, or at the point from which the pendulum swings. If you could say that the pendulum is the third dimension, the physical dimension in which we live, ascend to the fourth dimension, to the fifth dimension. And I think that is
because
is
the division between the right and the left is basically just an illusion. Both parties are doing the same things, so it's just it's like bread and circus. It's just the circus part where you watch.
That is a quote of Juvenal, by the way.
Give them bread and
Juvenal.
circus. Yeah.
I just looked that up. That the common people, rather than caring about their freedom, are only interested in bread and circuses.
Well, that explains sports.
That is bread and circuses. Yeah. And a lot of tribalism as well.
Yeah, it takes that out of us. Imagine a world without sports and entertainment, for that matter. Like, take all your movie stars and sports out. Where are they going to direct that adoration?
But I think the tribalism in sports is interesting, just like a tribalism as a whole, because we do still have it in us. We can still, form a tribe, find connection with each other, and fight for the one thing, the one thing that we have in common, whether that be sports, entertainment, whatever. So we still have it in us. We're just channeling it the wrong way, or in the wrong direction, if you will.
Even schools do this a lot. I've noticed. I've picked up on that as I've gotten older, that especially in this area where we're very much in the Bible Belt, but yet we still have a lot of devil mascots at the schools. And I've always wondered like how that ever happened or why anybody would do that. But then it got me thinking. I was like, whoa, all these schools actually have colors and mascots, and they're basically putting a lot of energy into that egregore, your school spirit. They talk about that, So I think there is
rival schools and all that.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
But even within the schools itself, the students, you'll have groups, you'll have tribes, you'll have the mean girls, you'll have the jocks, you'll have the stoners, the whatever.
You'll have the Jotnar, you'll have the Asir.
Like literally
you'll have the Vanir.
You'll have the guy who at 12 years old is like already fucking 6'5". You'll have the guy who, the glutton, even like the 7 deadly sins you'll see in school, especially high school, vanity, gluttony. So schools themselves are indeed very tribal. Like I remember
they're tapping into that.
I remember like my primary school. Even I lived near my my old primary school. Actually, there are 3 primary schools next to each other. There are 3 different schools, and somehow, just because they were a different school, they were lesser than us. They were, the wrong school. And those kids are from, from that school, or, oh, those kids are from that school,
The other.
Yeah. Yeah. Like that gets, like, even just as a kid, it's ingrained. It's taught. It's promoted even.
Well, and I could see some advantages to it if it were, for instance, you know how artificial intelligence works. It's antagonistic to itself. Our brain hemispheres are, if we only had one hemisphere, we wouldn't be nearly as intelligent. So there are some advantages to having healthy competition and stuff. So,
Oh, there's nothing wrong with
but
competition,
it's just not channeled properly because it's not well understood but I think it would be so much cooler if, imagine, instead of football and these other idiotic sports, what if every school had like, the Society for Creative Anachronism, where they fight with swords and shields and stuff. Like, to me, that would be a much cooler.
You have those. You'll have a lot of those groups here in, at least in the Netherlands.
Oh, cool.
HEMA, it's called, like historical martial arts. And one of my former employers, which was a open air historical park, the Archeon, they did like in the Roman area, like it was divided in different time periods, so to speak. So if you went around the park, you'd go from like the early Neolithic into like the Stone Age, Iron Age, Roman, Middle Ages, like a tour through history. And all the employees there, they were they hate it if you say it, but they were basically LARPing as the people from that time period, with period appropriate clothing and everything. I worked in the Roman part there for a bit, and they do like mock gladiator fights, and a lot of those people, especially in those that work in the Roman era, in the Roman age and the Middle Ages, in those parts of the park, a lot of those, well, guys mostly, are into like historical reenacting of battles, and like they'll buy like actual chainmail or actual plates and have themselves like a sword and whatever. Like, even this is years ago, when I was still on Facebook, still with the heathens of Oath and Honor, who turned out to be of very little oath and no honor. I was gonna do a music video with a, back then, friend of mine, lives in Belgium, so Netherlands, Belgium, not that far away. They're our southern neighbors. But for our video clip, we wanted some reenactors. We wanted to have a group basically portraying a like either a gang of berserkers or just like a warrior search party or whatever. And I actually found a group who does that professionally. Like, yeah, it's their hobby, but they're doing it professionally. Like, they'll do events and they'll do video clips and all that. So it is still being done. And I guess you could say that those people, yeah, they're reenacting, but in a way they are preserving the tradition. They are
Well, it maintains that practicality element that we were talking about earlier. Because if that part is lost, then it becomes well, that's the whole point of a Twilight language, is to kind of fill in the gaps. You have your oral tradition and your written traditions.
Yeah, and that's why we lost so much information of our ancestors, because it was all oral tradition, and
Yeah, because Socrates says that when you introduce writing, you lose your ability to remember. So
Interesting.
yeah. So you so and there's this Greek philosopher called Heraclitus, which states that war is the father of all things, and everything that comes into the world through strife. And I find that very relevant to the question at hand, which is, how do we preserve ourselves? And it's only through practice, only through strife. And I wonder if I could relate this to dualism, because we were having discussions about dualism when it pertains to Ragnarok, and how the world, in the last Ragnarok installment, we kind of concluded that the world is in a constant state of entropy until you reach a point of collapse. And when this entropy goes further and further and further, the conflict seems to be larger and larger and larger. And it's like, and this is what Odin struggles against. And at the end, all the powers negate each other, all the gods, all the monsters, all the living and the dead, even the honorable warriors of Valhalla and cowards of the underworld, they meet and they dissolve each other. So you seem to need a bit of strife to maintain yourself. And I was discussing, I was talking about Jungian dualism when we spoke about that, and I wanted to elaborate a bit on it, because Jung basically states that you cannot introduce something good into the world without also introducing a corresponding evil. And I used an example, like if you reduce infant mortality, you get more sickly children. So there's always a flip side with the physical world. But I didn't explain how or why this happens. Why is it so? And basically, this is because the world is interconnected and relational. So, for instance, if you have a table is not only defined by itself, it's also defined by its environment. So if you put a table on the floor, it will have a quality like something you can sit by. But if you put it in an oven or in the free air, it will be quite different. So that means that everything we see in the physical world is not only defined by itself, it's also defined by something else, something it's interconnected with. And that's why all qualities we see have this dual side, it's shadowy side, it's opposite. And this makes the world a world of conflict. So imagine if the universe was just a dark sphere and I shot a beam of light through that sphere, and then I could say, oh, I have created light or warmth. But then the people on the outliers of that light would say, hey, we're in darkness now. What have you done? So by introducing light, I would also create the dual aspect of darkness. So I can't do anything in the world without creating its opposite at the same time. And this follows the laws of Newton. Like I can't fire a rifle without getting recoil back. So that's the price of existence, basically. The price of existence is evil and downfall, Untergang, as the Germans would probably say. That's what makes existence so hard, and that's why talking about singular good or singular truths is basically, that's out of this world. That's impossible, except for the golden age, and we don't know what the golden age is. That's a mystery I have been struggling a bit with. Like, how do we explain the golden age where there's seemingly no strife? Hesiod, the Greek historian, speaks about rivers of milk and honey, and the grain harvests itself. So there's no struggle, and in the Norse cave song, Gruftasanger, it's the same thing. If someone in the Norse golden age had their brother's killer bound and thrown before them, they would just not kill that person. And at in that culture, that was an outrage. But so strife has been taken out of the world, and you still have this blissful state. How is that possible? We don't know. It's impossible to know, perhaps, for us in the Kali Yuga. Yeah, that's my take.
Yeah. No, that's really a good one, because you'll see dualism or duality. You'll see it everywhere, with the darkness and the light. Like, how do you know it's dark? Because there's absence of light. How do you know it's light? Because there's an absence of darkness. How do you know what's bad? By knowing what's good. It's equal opposites. And going a bit into traditionalism and traditional lifestyles and whatever, that's another thing with the globalism and the homogeneity. Men and women, like, we're the same, apparently. There is no line anymore. Like, men can be women can be man. Like, DNA, genes, doesn't matter. It's all feeling now. Like, I can decide now, like literally now, that I feel like a woman, therefore I am a woman. But like, men and women, we're not supposed to be equal to each other, because we're two different beings.
It's a form of hubris, a form of human arrogance, to say that we shall create this unity between men and women, which is not physically possible. But
we're trying, and look where it's going.
We're trying to do that, and we're trying to create immortality, in a sense, extending our lives. For the ancient Greeks, this hubris thing, like overstepping your limits, was the worst kind of sin. That's what got you punished by the gods, which is very interesting. And I think we are very arrogant, or the spirit of the times is it's basically a revolt against nature, but also a revolt against God at the same time. I mean, however you understand, God is the originator of nature, or the other way around, however you understand that, but
or they're one and the same. You can see God in everything, from a pretty flower to the smile of a baby. That's all divine.
Nietzsche would understand this as a form of slave morality, because you feel inferior, and to be at the same level of everyone else, you have to create equality. But by doing this, it's a constant process. You have to lower the bar, lower and lower, just to have everyone equal. So you have to always find a bigger victim group. So now you have, So before,
that's the descent of humanity. Descension, ascension. Like, now, like, as you're saying, we're not looking to raise ourselves up. We're not looking to climb higher.
You basically win by being a victim, basically, in society.
Now you do. which is incredibly backwards. Real quick, we have a fourth guest who just joined us, Burdock. Hope you can hear us.
Hail to thee, Bird Dog.
Greetings. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. No cam this time?
What's that?
No
Oh
cam
yeah, I'll
this
do a
time?
camera in a I'll do a camera in a bit. My hair's looking crazy. I want to look good.
Yeah, of course. Come on. Like, everybody wants to look good for Ragnarok.
No, but man, the synchronicities you guys you guys hit on so many synchronicities that I've been dealing with and thinking about. Like, I had a Friday Night Live. I literally named it Syntropy and Entropy. And it's just hilarious, and just so many other syncs. I don't think we need to live in a scarcity mentality in these cycles, but I think we could break those cycles of that. One example that I know of, a very wealthy, generational wealthy family, their patriarch, he passed away a few years ago in his late 90s. He took over the generational wealth family, and it was like all squandered before he took over. And then he worked hard, built it back up all the way into his 90s. Now he's passed it on to the next generation, and all of his grandkids haven't worked for anything. They're all like trust fund kids. And by kids, I mean 30s, 40s, 50s. And so when they receive the empire, so to speak, they're probably going to squander it, and then the next generation is going to have to work back again and build it. So they're in like a 4-generational cycle just within that one family. So it's interesting. But on the grander scheme of things, when it is written into astrology, and these cataclysmics are built into the this code, but I don't like people creating scarcity and projecting that onto us. It's not natural. Like, a lot of things that we see, I don't think are necessary. There's a little bit in between where you have, yes, there's some nature involved, but then there's some manipulation that I don't find to be organic, so to speak. Especially when you boil it down to the lizard class and the parasitic class, and there's this kind of dualistic battle of, to use simple terms, good and evil, just for simplicity. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out myself, guys. It's an honor to be here with everyone, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you for being.
Yeah, happy to have you.
But there is a group there's a parasitic class, and they hide the technology, they hide the history, they lie, deceive, they fraud, want to make people unhealthy, hijack old technologies and weaponize it. So that's not natural. It doesn't need to be that way.
I think they're also keeping our crown chakras turned off, because when we have that, we have authority. Without it, we're easily led. I had a few comments. May I weave in and out of a few things real quick?
Yeah, no, definitely. Go ahead. Weave
Thanks.
away.
I just don't want these to become not as relevant. We've mentioned the Kali Yuga and how that equates to like an Iron Age. That reminds me of the Daniel chapter 4, when Daniel is interpreting the King Nebuchadnezzar's dream, and his task was to not only interpret the dream, but to tell him what the dream was and interpret it. It was like a test for him. But anyway, it started out with it's a tall statue of metal with the head of gold, arms of silver, belly of bronze, legs of iron, and then feet of clay. And you mentioned clay earlier too. And a stone falls from heaven, a stein, if you will, falls from heaven and hits the feet, where the clay and the iron were trying to mix, but they're not going to mix well. In that same verse, it also mentions the seed So we kind of mentioned giants a little bit earlier, but I think that a big part of Ragnarok and Revelation is this reemergence of the giants and them trying to blend with us for whatever reason. I think it's because they want to become inheritors of what we're heirs to,
But now they're corporations. Now
Yeah.
they're giants corporations.
Dude, I have those notes here. I'll even hit enter. So I had some notes here. There's a show called Ragnarok on Netflix that if you like this type of culture, you might enjoy it. And in that, there are only few giants, but the few they're immortal, and they're like at the heads of these companies and stuff, and they're polluting towns and so on and so forth, and just doing their giant thing. Which in the Bible, the giants are known for consuming the land and destroying, having huge appetites that could not be sated, etc. And they even preyed upon humans. So I think that show is kind of interesting how it portrays the giants in that regard. But yeah, we even have corporate giants today. And the one other, there's two more things I wanted to add. So the earlier Light Elf mentioned something about uploading the consciousness to live forever, that sort of thing. And in the Assassin's Creed game Ragnarok, which is the whole concept of the game, is to go back into your genetic memory and genetic past. Well, the bonus ending, sorry for the spoiler, but and I have not played the game, I've just watched it on YouTube. So the secret ending of the game is that there are all these Aesir gods, Odin included, that to escape Ragnarok, they actually upload their consciousness into a machine. And I guess they even maybe, I'm not sure exactly what the machine, like I said, I've not played the game, but they upload their consciousnesses into a machine, and then they go fight knowing they're going to go die, but they wanted to preserve their consciousness somehow. So pretty weird. Of course, Loki's involved and he's meddling in there. But one other thing I wanted to point out here is this dualism thing of light and dark. Well, Ragnarok means twilight. So I would wonder what's the Nordic word for dawn, because really we could bookend things there by having a word for dawn where creation occurred, and then Ragnarok when it all ends. So even from a biblical account, we have the Alpha and Omega. We have the sunrise and the sunset.
To answer a question, I think
yeah, go
ahead. There is this personified god called Dog, which means day, basically. And and you have Dagri, which would be the dawning of day, basically.
Did you say dog? Is it like D-O-G?
D-A-A-G.
D-A-G. It's the same in Dutch.
Okay.
Or perhaps it would be it's also a goddess, isn't it? I mean, Østre or Astora, isn't she the goddess of dawn? So
yeah. Mm-hmm.
So perhaps that's the oldest version of it.
It's funny because even though it's D-A-G, it still sounds to me like dog, which if it begins with a dog, it also ends with a dog, because a Fenrir eats the moon and the sun and brings all this destruction. So I think and he's a dog too. He's a wolf though.
Yeah, and if you reverse it, if you read it right to left, dog is God.
Yeah.
So
kind of reminds me of the yin and yang then. It's like one wolf is eating it and one wolf is creating it. Kind of interesting. Oh, and one more thing I wanted to mention. In Hebrew, the word Odin refers to birth pang, or the act of giving birth, and that state of vulnerability a woman would be in when delivering a child. And so it equates to, basically, I think that's the time we're in now. So
I mean, you could say that that women, because of the pain and whatever, it's also because you're not supposed to give birth lying down. You're supposed
interesting.
Yeah, I don't know where that was, but I heard that on a
Well,
stream.
gravity would be helping you there, so it makes a lot of sense.
Exactly. That's why you're why I that's what I believe. Like I said, I heard that on a stream or a podcast the other day. I don't know exactly where again.
Might have even been Chance's. Chance had a birthing expert on the other night, like a lady that was a midwife.
Interverse.
Yeah.
I'm way behind on his content. I'm subscribed
Oh, okay.
to,
Well, that was a coincidence.
I'm subscribed to one too many podcasts, and I have too many podcasts, too little time, and doing my own. So
And there's so much great information all over. I hear you, man. I'm like, I want all this info, but there's only so much time in the day.
yeah, no, exactly. And working 5 days a week, 7.5, 8
Yeah.
hours a day in the kitchen, and then still having to go home.
Yeah. May I share something?
Please
real quick?
do.
And I don't want to digress from what Joshua was bringing up. It was just from previous conversations. I did an episode on My Family Thinks I'm Crazy. They're esoteric. I did Esoteric Georgia. And you were talking about mounds and the similarities of the mound. By the way, the mounds here and during my research, the waterways. So this is North America, right? Obviously, when you were talking the Dark Ages, previous resets and cataclysms and Ragnaroks, it seemed like there was a very loss of population here on this side of the pond. You know what I mean? Like, where did everyone go? But they had all these mounds and things that still survive. So the waterways, they go all the way up from Georgia. You can take rivers all the way up to the Mississippi, all the way up to the Great Lakes into Canada. You're pretty much in, you can get into the northern part where you get into Iceland, you get into things like Leif Erikson. But I think the population was here way before that. When I say the mounds, I'm talking like all the four cross, the Iron Cross, so to speak, or the cardinal directions, all the stuff. You can look at these things and they relate directly back to the Scandinavian and Nordic symbols. But they even mainstream dates them 1,000 years old, 1,500 years old here in North America. So it's interesting when you talk about, you guys showed a map earlier about a migration. I think you showed like a migration kind of from the Nordic down to, I don't know, like, looks like it went down kind of southeast on that map you guys were showing a while ago. I'm bringing up old stuff from earlier in the episode. But I think this ties into North America. The Canadians don't look at Christopher Columbus, they look at Leif Erikson. But I think with the combination of mounds, the combination of the jewelry and the symbology, all equates back to the Nordic as well. All the way down to Mexico. All the way to the same in Mexico, dude. It's wild. So,
but you also have, of course, the Kensington runestone in Minnesota, and a lot of people in from what I have read, from what I've researched, that a lot of people in Minnesota and the states in that part of the US. I don't know the map of the US, but that I believe the majority of people living there have Scandinavian heritage.
Yes. The most of the North Dakotas, Minnesotas, that whole region, it's a good 4, 5, 6 states. They all migrated. Well, we're told, they come over in the early 1900s, all from like Norway, Sweden, Finland. All of them have blonde hair, and they're all, yes. So that's correct, by the way. I can attest to that. Ask anyone in that area. They can tell you where they came from. But yeah, I think there was a whole 500, I can date back a whole 500-year period where there was like hardly anyone around here, like very sparse. but there's old, just old things. So that ties into the Dark Ages potentially. Like it's like North America got hit harder, where the summer of no sun, that kind of stuff, or maybe some other deeper cataclysm. And I think our ties to the the old country, so to speak, the Nordics, and it goes long time ago. I'm just throwing that out there.
We're supposed to also have that connection to the serpents here, because America refers to land of the plumed serpents. So I would wonder.
Yeah.
And there's even that old. I used to laugh. And I used to laugh when
one of the old Aztec gods.
Quetzalcoatl. Dude, the feathered. They have that here in Georgia. That's what I'm talking about. They have symbols here of a feathered, huge bird, man. It's just
serpents.
A feathered serpent, and check that episode. There's artifacts. There's everything. And there's so much stuff that is. You can literally walk in the woods and just look at some stones, and you're like, whatever, some stones. But they're actually. Someone mapped it out. There's a whole system of these, there's a lot going on here, is kind of what I'm saying.
Nidhogg is the serpent in Norse mythology, is a dragon, and he has feathers in his, he has corpses in his feathers when he returns.
Whoa.
It's interesting.
Another feathered serpent, another
how
commonality.
How old are some of...
One at a time, guys.
Yeah, ask your question and then I'll come with my comment.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be. I'm the problem here. Some artifacts related to that. How old do you think they date back? Figure I forget the name. Forgive me. The serpent dragon.
Nidhogg.
I don't know.
Sorry, I'm. Of course, you don't recognize. I said it in Norwegian. I should have said it in Icelandic, probably. Nidhogger or something like that.
Yeah,
do you recognize it then? I said it in Norwegian. That's a mistake.
I know who you mean. That's he's the dragon gnawing at the roots of the Yggdrasil. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, how old are some of those artifacts relating to that figure? I'm trying to see
the culture or like the artistic interpretations of it, like artwork and stuff.
Yeah, or yes, because I'm trying to tie it to North America is kind of what my goal here is, because I think it's related.
Just to throw it very quickly in, I remember seeing a stone relief from the Mayas where they're sacrificing a white person, which is blonde, basically. It's quite. So
yeah, I've gone into that with Fortini on the Giants podcasts that we did, and a little about the little people, because if I remember correctly, and this is when I wish Fortini was here.
He would probably have a lot to say. Yes.
Oh, dude, it's the hardest thing is to get him to shut up. No offense, but yeah, but that's like even relating back to Atlantis and the dispersal of those people, that when the Aztecs came there, and I believe they portrayed a lot of their gods in that way too. They were tall white people, tall white men with blonde hair and blue eyes, and you'll see that still in a lot of cultures. They will, for example, you have several statues of the Buddha, for example, which is these incredibly blue eyes.
The same with the Sumerian gods. They have their eyes are always made of lapis lazuli, which is a blue stone.
Yeah, but if you're thinking Latin America, if you're thinking Asia, you're not thinking blonde hair, blue eyes. You're thinking, black hair, brown eyes. So
Yeah. I'm sorry. I looked at some people analyze the old trade routes. By old, I mean real old. The jet stream in the Atlantic, from your country, pretty much goes south, and then from across from Africa, it goes to the west very easily. Now you're in the Caribbean, then it goes up the East Coast north, and then back across. So you can literally just follow that in a circle. The jet stream, it goes clockwise in the Atlantic. It's quite easy to just have
the world
intricate trade routes through there, and people have been seafaring people forever. That's nothing new.
Oh yeah, there have been studies done and evidence found that even even back in the Neolithic times, that our ancestors, the Neanderthals were actually seafaring.
Wow.
And we're talking, and then we're talking early hominids. We're talking the species that, well, we basically caused the end of, modern man. Like we did interbreed with them with the Neanderthals and Denisovan. That's another story. That's another podcast. But so we're talking several hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years ago, that pre-hominids, the early hominids, they
Absolutely.
were seafaring.
And I don't even know if I believe
they had the knowledge, they had the technology, apparently. So
I don't necessarily believe in cavemen, Neanderthals. I just believe in
that's bullshit.
Yeah, it's just now interesting topic. If you look up the four sea kings, supposedly they were giants. Supposedly they arrived. So if you're in the Mediterranean, they arrived from the west, meaning they came from what would be North America in a huge fleet of ships. And their ships included artisans, merchants, all kinds, and they were giants. At least the captains were giants. And there's a theory that they were the ones that brought all that Egyptian, Tartarian looking, temple, arcade, Greek stuff, and that they actually came from the West and that they were giants. That's where the pharaohs and all those people come from. Now, this is not mainstream. This is very
it's hard to find something about it.
There's a gentleman. His research is Archaics. His name's Archaics, and he's one of those like Stitchin types who sits and really digs deep into this and tries to tie this together with the Chronicon. So he brings up this four sea kings. So this is just another element of. And then why did they leave North America? Why did they? I mean, we're talking a whole civilization in boats. You know what I mean? Coming to the Mediterranean going, what's up?
Hey, Bird Dog.
Yes, sir.
Light Elf was talking about the Anunnaki before we went live. And I just wondered, do we have is there anything that kind of connects that to this end of the world thing? Like, is there like because like at the beginning, we have a lot of God. At the end, we have a little bit of God, or if no God, and it seems like at the end of the cycle is like the return of God. So I would wonder, like, is this Nibiru Anunnaki thing possibly like part of a cycle as well, with Nibiru returning at regular intervals? Is this what causes the cataclysms and the Ragnarok of some sort? And then, of course, the reestablishment of the Golden Age is like the after effect of, once this area or once this entity passes, does it leave behind in its wake a bunch of destruction, but then a golden age?
Speaking of gold and Anunnaki, sorry, real quick, Burdock, then I'll let you talk. With the Anunnaki creation theory, like, weren't we as mankind, weren't we made to to dig up gold,
Yeah.
which they used as fuel for their
And
ships.
we're still doing it today, man.
True,
Yeah.
true. So that's just Anunnaki gold that popped into my mind immediately.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of well, based on that the timing. I mean, there's astrology involved, as above, so below. So you definitely have stars above us that affect down here. Then going deeper into what I mean, there's so many the strings here where there is thoughts of another group, so to speak, that is messing with the recycling, the natural recycling of our whole reincarnation, our whole thing, that they're jacking our loosh and they're taking that energy. Then there's the old gold and metals and geopolymers where you have all these temples and spires and buildings that have domes with gold and other metals and geopolymers that are basically like free energy, free, things like that of energy. And then you could go deeper and go, is there just straight up astral projection? And are they just, was there astral projection back in the day, like the internet, like we do now? You go, let me email Lightwolf real quick. I'm just gonna get into my, you know what I mean? My chamber and just send them a message. I mean, there's a lot of, then there's these old technologies that is lost. And that basically, that's why you have a lot of new stuff built on old stuff. And they're trying to retro figure out this old technology, but they kind of bastardize it and weaponize it and dampen it. A lot of illnesses came around when they introduced the radio tower that didn't exist. So and Branch, you mentioned it, the frequencies, instead of us using our healing energy, and maybe the old school way was using these energies and vibes to just live in that Garden of Eden, heal, have giants, have large fauna, have all this, then some other, I don't know if it's, the Anunnaki or good or bad, bad for simplistic terms, the bad take it over and go, all right, we're going to weaponize these frequencies. We're going to weaponize this and cause disease and things. Go ahead. I see you. Go ahead, brother.
I love you getting into this because that's so, like, ever since I found like Tartaria and Antiquitech and all that, like I've been pretty much obsessed with it. But like, using frequency for healing, that's what I believe that the churches were for, with the rose window and the organs, like with the whole frequency thing. If you have a bowl of water and you play a certain frequency underneath it, the ripples in the water will take the shape of what could be considered one of those rose windows you see in those big magnificent churches. And like with the organs, also being so incredibly big and usually placed in the back of the church, near the window, or where the big rose window would be. I can definitely imagine that with the right frequency, with the right tone, you could definitely like mass heal, which would also which would also relate to the fact why in just every mythological story, whether it be the Bible or like whatever we have in Norse mythology or the Vedas, why people lived for several thousands of years, several hundreds of years, with the Anunnaki or the kings of old, like just ruling for like 5,000 years each.
Yeah, they called that a period scar. And some of these rulers would rule for scars. Like
just
long times.
And this is when you look into the Schumann resonance in the realm, which is actually changing its frequency, you can't control that. So that is built in as well. So with the frequency's raising now. So when you have that lowering of frequency, you have less smaller things, less life. Now the ground is literally raising its frequency. And so we're that also affects cycles as well. And you can look into things like I think it's Angkor or Wat, like the pillars there. They're toned. They're using geopolymers where they are toned, meaning you can literally just tap on it and it'll make like a beautiful tone. It's almost like its own little xylophone kind of thing.
Another version of the two pillars.
Yeah.
You know, like a tuning fork. It's two
The
pillars.
buildings are tuning forks, dude. Straight up. And they're not even that complex. Like some people have torn them down and trying to go, how do they make this? And they're actually very simple materials. So it
doesn't have to be complex. You just need to know how to build them.
You guys mentioned the changing of the frequency. I couldn't help but think of how prominent horns are in the Revelation and Ragnarok stories and the blowing of gallon gear or the horn. It's like he was talking about with the vessels full of water. Well, we're full of water too. What's the geometric pattern going to look like when that horn blast goes out? It's going to resonate through us as well.
Yeah. No, that's what I mean, with those like with the organs. And indeed, as Burdog mentioned, why certain stars or planets or whatever have a effect on us. Like, why do you think lunacy is a thing? The moon controls the water, controls ebb and flow. As humans, we're 70% water. It's only logical that when there is a full moon or a new moon or whatever in between, that it has its effect on us too. And some deal with it a little better than others. Some are able to channel it and others go crazy, hence lunacy. So we have a couple other notes. This is really going all over the place again. I love it.
Yes, I just think that ties in with this cataclysm that seems to be built into the code here. The cataclysms over so many years. I think that's just how this realm is configured. I think it almost goes back to what you guys were saying way earlier, where it's you have good times and bad times, and it's just I know I'm simplifying it, but you guys, I think it's built into the code, and there are those that know this code, and they unfortunately weaponize it and give us and enforce amnesia on us as well. So,
is that where they're saying learn to code?
I don't. Who says that? Everyone. I don't know.
No, it's just if it
it's
people
a meme.
say that. Yeah,
okay.
People say that to be a jerk. Like, oh, you lost your job? Well, better learn how to code.
Oh, I don't know, but I'm all about decoding the code. But I see what you mean. Learn to code, to get just work or whatever. But yeah, it's a code because I've been spending a lot of time decoding the code, whether it's the sacred geometry, gematria, numerology, astrology, you name it. It is a code that you can literally decode and use it for your benefit. So I think a lot of people, we don't get taught this in schools. We get taught nonsense in schools. I wish we were in the old mystery school. If I grew up, so I have a guy coming on my show this Friday who was on the Interverse. His name's Jorge Mesa, who talks about music, the chords, the 7 major chords, the 5 I would call them major minor chords, so that's 12, and they do
432 hertz, 440 hertz.
All those chords are on those hertz that you're talking about, which is basically, and then as well as astrological, the chords. So he's going to come on. So it's the syncs are crazy. I'm kind of on this. I'm all about so the reason I brought all that up is this is a code. It's programmed. It's not random. It's not this or that. So anything beyond that is all for me. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm not here as a person who knows everything. I'm here as a person who just has a lot of questions,
Oh no, dude, that's that, like questions are welcome too. Like that's another part of this Ragnarok podcast, trying to find an answer for those questions or speculate on the answers. And Branch, you just said something in the chat. That's where my mind went too, about the electromagnetic energy causing sickness. Like I've seen that a lot during the COVID era, of course, that when the like 1G, 2G towers were introduced, that's when you had those major, influenza like pandemics, also with the Spanish flu, apparently right before that, kicked off, so to speak. Another one of those towers, maybe it was like 2G back then, 1G, 2G, or like just something, were introduced, and the 5G and COVID connection, we're going there. I've seen it a lot too, and electromagnetism does definitely have its effects on us. Like, we are electrical beings. The podcast show that I saw this afternoon with Spiritual Gangsters, they were talking about that too, that like we are electrical beings, and electricity has such a major effect on us. And like, what are our nerves besides just conductors for our own electricity, for our own energy? And indeed, the coronavirus, it's like, we all know by now that it didn't happen, but it was a virus of the mind. Indeed, like we were made scared. And if you're really scared, if you're really in that, like deep in that negative vibration, your body will break down, and it will feel like you are getting sick. And then with some, bogus tests, if you run enough cycles, here we go again with the cycles, you'll find anything and everything. It's what I keep telling people. Like, when I hear at work, like, oh yeah, I had COVID, I'm like, no, you had a positive test. It's not the same thing. It was indeed a virus of the mind. The corona, it is the halo around the sun that we can see. So that's really, it's a good connection, and it's what my mind went to right away too. And as we mentioned earlier, there is a electromagnetic net over the earth with all those, electric towers and the satellites and cables and whatever. And as I think it was Fortini who mentioned that in one of our earlier episodes, that maybe is why we are having such a hard time getting out of this Kali Yuga, getting out of this Ragnarok, connecting with the Schumann resonance, which is a thing that has been mentioned in every episode so far, I think. Chris Cups, he mentioned it first, and since then it's been mentioned in every episode. Funny how that comes back. But that we have such a difficult time connecting with it, grounding ourselves, because like we are surrounded by, literally microwaves, which is only getting worse with the Internet of Things. You can hook up your fridge to the internet. You can hook up your wash machine, your dishwasher to the internet. I don't know why. I mean, it's apparently that's easier that way, because you don't even have to be there to start your laundry or to start the dishwasher. That's another thing. Well, that's another thing about being complacent, about not wanting to do the work, not wanting to do the thing. We don't even want to do our laundry anymore. And why should we, if we can literally remote control start it? And Light Elf, you wanna?
Yeah, I
Renee
just
on
wanted
this?
to shoot in, and I don't know all the facts here. It's one thing to for myself to have an opinion, but another thing is to really prove what you're talking about. But what I've heard and actually seen is that people think these vaccines contain bots, nanobots, and that they are self-assembling, and that the 5G towers help with that process, so that it helps with so you have all these small particles that form structures in your body. And the thing is, I can't prove that. I don't know if that's true, but nothing surprises me.
It is another theory that made the rounds. Yeah, with the graphene, I believe it was in the vaccines and the 5G towers. And yeah,
there have been people who have claimed this, at least, and they have showed pictures of these supposed bots. But I mean, the 5G towers are, if you put such a tower near a tree, it will wither away. So I mean, it's a matter of distance. It's so much more powerful than the previous versions. So of course it would affect humans.
but it's a shorter wave.
Okay.
That's what I believe it was. It's a shorter wave, so therefore, it's stronger, but it's shorter. Therefore, they had to place even more towers. But we really don't need that. Like, even technology wise, Fortini came with that in the hey Burdock, nice hat.
Partner.
Fortini came with that in the tribe, going on a bit about what we also talked about on episode 3 of Ragnarok, that there is a way that we can connect our phones to each other, so we don't need the internet poles and whatever. We can basically as how a walkie-talkie works. If you're close to someone who has their data connection on, or their Wi-Fi connection, you can basically connect to their connection, without the need to connect to a tower or a satellite first. Like, direct connections. He is in the live YouTube chat. I know it's a bit behind, but I'm sure he's going to comment on it. So,
dude, if you think about the modern day, the modern day transmissions, they use certain frequencies. If you think about the electric universe, you turn on your FM radio, AM radio, you're literally tuning into certain channels, certain frequencies, and when you're in the middle of a frequency, you hear the static. That static is the universe. No one's transmitting that. That's the actual energy in the atmosphere. So yes, you can use that to communicate. Now with that line of sight, that what you were just talking about with those devices, there's you need repeaters to go long distance, or even shortwave radio. I mean, there's these frequencies that exist. We live in an electric universe. Unfortunately, at least here in the Americas, the Rockefellers, etc., they kind of took that over. We don't need them to transmit to each other. We probably lost for now, I only know how to use a radio tower to probably send a far signal, but I bet you there's older, better ways to do so. Old technologies, but yeah, man, it's interesting when we don't think about it, but even our Wi-Fi is on what 2.4 megahertz, I think, and 5.4 megahertz. So everything that's the air, that's the frequencies in the air, dude. You know what I mean? It's there.
And
so
it doesn't even like really travel along those cables. Like there was a theory about that but anyway, Josh just reacted, mesh networking, and apparently that's how they do it on cruise ships. They'll have just connecting the phones, the networks to each other, because if you're on this big ass cruise ship, say just going around the world, like no way there is a internet tower, 5G, 4G, whatever, close enough that you have a connection. But you're still going to need a connection. You're still like, people want internet. We kind of need internet. It's hard living in this society, in this world, without a internet connection, since we do so much over it, and you need it for basically anything. So if you don't have access to a cell tower or to Wi-Fi or whatever, you need it in you need the connection in a different way, and mesh networking is that solution, apparently.
But that's the new way. It's harmful though. I know there's better ways to.
Oh, for sure. Of course, it's harmful. It's still radiation. It's still,
And I go deeper into our you're talking about a mesh network. If I expand my consciousness, expand my frequency, my toroidal field is not 6 feet, but it's 20 feet. And we come into a contact with each other. I'm telling you, I think there were old ways besides just texting each other. I bet like 20,000 years ago they weren't texting. You know what I mean? They were probably, sending some other imagery.
That would be interesting. You're talking about toroidal field and 6 feet. Is that why, or could that be why they told us to like stay 6 feet apart from each other, so that we don't get sick or infected or whatever? And one other thing that popped into my mind back then is 6 feet deep. That's how deep we're buried.
Well, hey,
Right.
let me comment on something real quick, because I wasn't going to mention this, but that's kind of weird. I saw a video today. People were using they were detecting Bluetooth signals coming off corpses 6 feet under, like in cemeteries. So I just thought I'd throw that out there.
I've seen the same on airplanes, that you can sit on an airplane and just have endless connection options with Bluetooth.
Yeah, but on a graveyard, I know that. Oh shit! Like, isn't there now a way that you can, like, literally have some sort of interactive gravestone, or?
Oh, dude, that's a good idea. If you did pass away, like put a RF chip and stuff in your tomb.
That's like an option or a possible option for the metaverse. You upload an avatar of yourself with an algorithm
Okay,
who
now I take
reproduces.
After he said what he said. I don't want to be in the metaverse.
Oh, that's yeah. Oh, and speaking of the metaverse, there was a good one. I believe there was Crone. There was a Crone bringing it up in the YouTube chat. You have this supposed angel, Metatron.
Yeah, the voice of God.
Yeah, but he is I don't know. He is portrayed as a what was that shape again? Like the two interlocking
the
pyramids. The Merkaba, but that's also the Merkaba is also said to be your light body, like your energy
Your chariot.
body.
It's like, yeah, the chariot, which is also Odin's wain. He had like a chariot called a wain. I think it's Wain. And he would ride in that. I think that was just one depiction of him.
I just that was a good suggestion, metaverse, Metatron. Like you'll see a lot of meta coming by these days. There's apparently even such a thing as like meta comedy or whatever, which really isn't
Like being
funny. It's more
metaverse.
There's
There's also clothing. They have already started offering like clothing options for these avatars in the metaverse as well. It's really quite ridiculous.
They're really trying to push it. They really want us
spells. They're broadcast. They're casting. They're broadcasting. And I can tell you guys, and you guys know this. Anything you see from these types of people that are casting these spells is not replicated in nature. There's truth in nature all day. So what we see in the screen, what we hear, these unnatural beings projecting to us, going, "We're going this is the direction we're going." You don't see that replicated in nature, and that's my truth. That's how that's where my truth comes from, is nature. And if I don't see it there, then it's see you later.
But because everybody is sitting behind the screen, because everybody is sitting behind the TV, watching the 24/7 news, especially like I think that's what
right.
Yeah, and I think that's why like the lockdowns for the brainwashing or however you want to call it were so effective too, because everybody was like locked into their own house. And what else are you gonna do? Being a modern man, what else are you gonna do than watch TV?
Yeah, and they're not. We're not vibing with each other, so they're receiving information from a screen. We're unable to vibe with each other and go, "This doesn't feel right." So they isolate you. Well, I mean, that's Stockholm syndrome. That's MK Ultra isolation. And then bombard you, death, fear, you're gonna die. This guy's just trying to kill you, and that's part of the conditioning.
Yeah. And because we were in a pandemic, of course you're gonna watch the news. Of course, as soon as you hear that there are new developments or a new strain or whatever, you're gonna turn on the news and watch those talking heads, as we discussed before we that was before we started recording, actually.
Yeah, and when they talk about the new, I'll just call it the new order, it's the same as the old order. So this ties in. I even think there's a battle, with I like the concept that people have brought up before, the eagle versus serpent, where the serpents are seen as evil. And I'm sure we're all aware of this concept, right? Serpent knowledge, it's grounded. And I think there's some epic, I don't even know if there's a battle anymore, because there's parasitic lizard class trying to take over, whether they are old school watchers, the watchers, whether it's because they're jealous of us, and these people can't create like us. Like I use the term people, but you know what I mean. These creatures, these creatures can't create, they can't do anything. All they can do is copy. Everything they copy and show us is a
copy and perverted
and lower version of, it's like McDonald's or something. It's like, that's not a bird, or it's like their entertainment. They're entertain to hold and mente mind. So enter and hold your mind, that type of stuff. So there is an undeniable global I say global because I'm not into globes, but global um,
Oh boy.
coordination to take things over. That's why every country that you're talking about in the last couple of years has been lockstep with each other. And there is
But
a world. It's
in those groups, even in those, the Illuminati, the Rosicrucians, the Templars, whatever.
yeah, all of them. Yeah.
Yeah, they may have like the same ideas, the same agenda, but like they are like the mafia. Like they're not friends with each other. They're competing groups. Yeah, they'll, collaborate, but only when it's, suitable for both parties. Other than that, I don't want to fucking know you.
Yeah, but when you come and flip over the card table, they're all poker players, and we come and flip over the table, they're going to unite and say, "Hold on, you ain't going to mess with our game here." Right? Like, I think the
Exactly.
people here are trying to, I think, in my opinion, I'll speak for myself. I'm trying to flip that card. I don't want that mafia. And the funny thing is, you mentioned mafia. All the mafia people that we know of, whether it's Italian, Irish, you name it, are all tied to the Vatican. They all are Catholics of some kind. That's the headquarters, and it's most people, when they're left to their own devices, are pretty peace-loving types, right?
Yeah.
Respectively. I mean, I know there's useful idiots and all that, but for the most part, when left to their own devices, they're not trying to murder and kill and go to some other place and take things aggressively. Most people are like, dude, if you want something, you could just go trade with it. But that's why I think there's deeper levels. There's an insidious lizard parasitic class.
I believe, and this is like we're going off into like the conspiracy realm again, but hey, I mean it's what you get nowadays. Like I even believe that the families, the giants, the giant corporations, and the heads of those corporations, I don't think they are the real ones. Because if they are truly that secretive, if they are truly trying to implement that new order of the ages, they're really doing a shit job of hiding it.
Dude,
They
they're
don't need
regional
to hide it.
managers. Bro, I had this conversation recently, just a couple days ago. They don't care if they're doing a poor job, and you can see it because most people don't see it. To you and I, we go, wow, that's such poor acting. Wow, we can see the CGI, whether you're some sort of, wow, we can see your celebrity politicians or whatever. We can see how poorly
Bread and
done this
circuses.
is.
Yeah.
Right?
Bread and
what?
circuses again.
The bread and circuses, they don't care because they know that we're a minority here, by the way.
They have demoralized the masses, yes.
The masses will take it. They don't care how poorly done the execution is of, this, whatever, propaganda, whatever, hypnosis, mass hypnosis. They don't care. It's poorly done, and it's also to mock you as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so for you and I, and us here, we see it obvious, but I'm telling you, those in the hypnotic, they're hypnotized. They don't see it. So who cares? Why do a good production of pushing your enslavement agenda?
I mean, could you say, going back to the hard times, weak man argument, could you say that in these what are hard times? Like, could you say that the people who do see it and who are in a way, whether it even, be something like this, like a podcast or whatever, are trying to do something about it, are spreading the knowledge, are, well, like at least online coming together, like, could you say that they are the the strong men, the strong people that will
Totally.
get us out of here.
At
Because
least strong minds, if nothing else.
yeah, and I think
I-
that's more important nowadays, to have a strong mind with all the brainwashing and spell casting and whatever going on. Like it's it's Odin and Loki. It's wisdom and trickery. You know, even though Odin is much more than that. Strong minds but no influence. Yeah, but I think that's
I always
a matter
say
of taking action, I believe.
I-
And
You can see it like this: if your body is assailed by bacteria, you can be very mad at the bacteria. That's reasonable. But the deep problem is that you don't have an immune system. So when people allow these things to happen, things that are obviously evil, it doesn't take away the evil of the evil, but the people often by themselves are responsible for this. That's a very dark pill, black pill, if you will. Because you're okay with all this happening, and
Yeah.
a healthy person would never accept it, which we don't. But we are so few and far in between. There are so many of those who are completely demoralized and completely passive, and I believe this is a disease of civilization that always happens with enough time, because you live too comfortable and then you allow certain things to flourish. So
That's
yeah,
true.
we are dealing with some very advanced and skilled neutral evils or parasites there, but people are okay with it. People just care for their comforts in the moment, and that's, in a sense, that's the true evil, because materialism, I believe that's evil. That is just my take on it.
I think
100%. 100%.
yeah, no, I do believe that the worst people there are the people who know that it's happening, who see that it's happening, but don't do anything about it. I think that's, yeah, you know, they
Evil
could,
can only flourish when good men do nothing. Yes.
Boom.
yeah.
I was about to say the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe that yes, we are a minority. That's fine. We are so powerful. This is what I talk about all the time. We are powerful beings, man. You know, even though we're small. In the meantime, I believe to just, when the lemmings are, like I say this all the time, when the lemmings are running off the cliff, don't try and stop them. Get out of the way. When you raise your vibrations, raise your frequencies, you're going to attract other powerful beings. Hence, some of us here right now, all of us here right now, we've been the powerful ones, the high vibe, high freak are uniting loosely, but uniting because we are strong and powerful. I'll take any one of you folks, on my team, as opposed to 1,000 just those under the influence that can't think for themselves. You know what I mean?
Isn't that what you guys said Ragnarok was all about? Was the what was it? The honorable living and the dishonorable dead would meet. So, I agree. I think that's
these all
right now.
Yeah, and like when you hear these cliches like real recognizes real and all these type of cliches, like it's I know they're silly, but I believe in those type of things,
Yeah, no, it's true. It is the it is the collective consciousness, the thing that they're trying to replicate in a hive mind, which is something entirely different. As humans, we have a collective consciousness. That's why, at least one of the reasons why, the story of Ragnarok, for example, is told in so many different ways, in so many different cultures, You know, you have Revelations, you have Ragnarok, you have the story of the Kali Yuga. The Chinese might have their story about it. The Japanese, the Mayas, Incas, they definitely have their stories. We know they have stories. But, you know, thousands of miles, thousands of kilometers apart, you know, like two different continents even. Like, no way they, like, indeed texted each other those stories, you know, no way that, you know, there has to be, I mean, sure, they traveled, you know, like we just mentioned, Neanderthals already had the capability of sea travel, so I'm sure stories spread that way as well. But we were stronger, we had stronger minds. Indeed. So I believe that that we as humans, we have a collective consciousness, and you know, even like a thing like the Akashic Records, for example, which holds past, present, future, which holds everything, every idea, everything that's like even things that haven't been thought of yet exist in the Akashic Records. And there are people, and definitely have been people, you know, Nikola Tesla being the most famous one. He had access to that. He had access somehow to those Akashic Records. And like, yeah, there are, like, of course, you know, fancy stories about him being an extraterrestrial and whatever. Doesn't matter. I still believe that he was just human. He was human, and somehow he had the capability, he had such a great mind that he could connect to the Akashic Records, or because he could connect to the Akashic Records, because he could access the Akashic Records, he had a great mind. But like us mortals, we can do it. Like even nowadays, we can still tap into it. So we can do it again. If we could do it then, we could do it again. The cycles, they repeat themselves. Yes, we're in the Dark Ages. We're in the Kali Yuga. We're in Ragnarok. You know, with like with this being episode 4 and all the other ones like going like 3 hours, 4.5, even the latest. I have seen enough, heard enough different opinions to know that yes, this is definitely Ragnarok. We are living in the Kali Yuga.
What's sad is so many people still don't see it. You know, there's still people out there quabbling over things that I don't think really matter all that much, and it's it's comical. You know, really, you have to go on the internet to find like minds, because you know, in my community, that I really can't talk to anybody about this stuff. You know, so I think that's another symptom of the Ragnarok, is how increasingly isolated we all have become.
The way I
sorry,
the way I see it, I apologize, my friend. The way I see it and have been sharing, don't worry about them. If you're increasing your frequency and it's going higher and they're staying low, you can literally frequency so high to where you become invisible to them, and it doesn't matter.
Well, I do feel invisible to them a lot of times.
And that's beautiful, and there's nothing wrong with that. This is your journey. Yes, we are one. We are fractals experiencing this oneness, but this is up to you to, if you're vibing. So the idea is to transcend and freak so high, they stay here, and at some point you're literally invisible. Hence, some of these high-minded beings, where people channel or talk to others, we can't see them, but when you vibe, they may be so high frequency that we don't see them, and perhaps those who are working on that will also become so high frequency that we may still live in this realm, but we're just on a whole nother frequency where this is just a concept that I'm thinking about.
But would that also be a sign of purity, for example? Because it made me
Sure.
think, like channeling and whatever. As a kid, or most kids at least, we all had this imaginary friends,
Beautiful, right?
or
Yeah.
I had a stuffed animal. I had a little stuffed Dalmatian that was my biggest treasure. Like, he had my heart. I treated him as real, whatever. Like, you could say he was my imaginary friend. But as a kid, you're still pure.
Yeah.
Your mind hasn't
You
been.
have your pineal gland activated at a young age. It actually it calcifies as we age. So I think whenever we are reborn as an adult, that's when we get back in touch with that childlike state. That was just my 2 cents on the thread.
Yeah,
beautiful.
that's good. That's good. And I think that's also like creativity can bring you there again. Like, just being creative, create something. And even still, most adults, when thinking of creating something, they're thinking like within the lines. They're thinking of coloring within the lines according to a certain set of rules. Okay, I want to create this, and there's this method to create it. No. Just let go of those rules. Color outside the lines. Fuck those lines. There are no lines. Just color. Just do something. Just make, create. And that's like, find your inner child again. And I think that's also why so many people are so down on their luck, why they are so depressed, because they lost that innocence. They lost the connection to their inner child. They don't they don't create anymore. They just consume. Consume product, then get excited for next product.
Speaking of consume, can we talk about Fenrir for a minute? Because
Sure.
he was the pet of Tyr, right? And
Yeah.
Odin made him bind Fenrir. So wasn't Fenrir the son of Loki, but then also friend of Tyr, who then Odin makes him bind, but then that seems to almost become like a self-fulfilling prophecy. So was Fenrir destined to do more than what he does in the end? And that's why Odin has him bound, was to try and even the odds somehow, knowing that even if he bound him up, he was still going to do like a lot of destruction, but maybe there was going to be greater destruction had he not bound him. So I don't know. I just wanted to kind of talk about that. And I was wondering about Odin's horse, Silfnir. I don't really know what happens to him in Ragnarok.
Oh, that's a good one. Light Elf, you?
His horses are mentioned in Revelation. There's 4.
That's very interesting, because both Fenrir and Sleipnir are children of Loki, and I would assume that isn't Odin swallowed whole by Fenrir? And I was supposed to think that he rode to battle on his horse, so one brother swallows the other then.
I forgot that the horse was Loki's kin as well.
Yeah,
but
because Odin
that
is
has
described.
But Sleipnir, that has to do with giants. It's
Goodness.
It's the story of the gods wanted to build a wall around Asgard, for protection. Hey, even the gods wanted to build a wall. Why can't you?
Make Midgard, make Asgard great again.
Exactly.
And Asgard is actually the first heaven, basically. There are 3
Mega.
heavens.
Oh, you already got the mega. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Make Asgard great again. It's still be mega.
Well, normally I say Midgard, make Midgard great again, but I guess for this case it'd be Asgard.
Yeah, no, that's that's a great one. No, but so they
I
they
interrupted
hired.
Light Elf. I apologize. Forgive me, bro. It's just
No,
so
but yeah,
I was a little delayed. I was delayed on the acronym.
I did too. So sorry, Light Elf, but they hired someone to build that wall, and he said he was going to do it within a certain period. I don't know how much exactly. Light Elf, do you happen to know
No,
that?
no, I don't remember how long it would take. But he
Anyway,
was
it was kind of like a deal of like
he
no
would get
wall, no pay.
he would get three things, which is, I think it was the sun, the moon, and Freya, if he built the wall
Of course, Freya
within that time.
again. Of course, Freya again.
Yeah.
But
They all want her, the giants, somehow. Interesting.
can't blame them.
Probably because of the Sid here.
And just because she's a beautiful goddess, like she's the goddess of love and beauty. So, and a warrior goddess at the same time.
So do they want what they? So is it that they can't create and they want beauty? I mean, that's something that would be very.
Oh, that's a good one.
Giants aren't really known for being beautiful.
No, not really.
I beg to differ because there is this god Freyr. He sits on the seat of Odin at one point, and he looks over the world. And then he gets to the porn collection, I guess, because he sees the most beautiful woman he has ever seen, and she's a giantess by the name Gerd. And she's really huge, so she embraces the horizon. And the North were really attracted to female arms. White arms was the epitome of beauty somehow. And so it's like a very beautiful moment, and he falls in love, and he must have her, and she does not want to cooperate when she is wooed. So he has to give up his magical sword, and because of this, he will lose against the fire giant Sutur, and the universe is destroyed because of that.
Yeah, but the story about the wall, like the giants. Oh yeah, sorry, spoiler. It eventually turned out to be a giant. So of course they had to stop him, and he had this like just incredibly powerful horse who would drag the sled full of stones from the quarry back to Asgard. Because I mean, he had to have that like all-powerful horse, because there is no way a regular man, or like whatever realm he came from, could do it in that short time with that distance to the quarry. So without his horse, then of course his horse, of course, he couldn't finish the wall in time. So therefore the gods wouldn't have to hold up their end of the deal. So of course, who did they send out to fix it? The one who caused the problem in the first place, Loki. How did Loki fix it? He turned himself into a beautiful mare, shape-shifting and like gender swapping at the same time, and lured away the horse, lured away the stallion, the workhorse of the giants. You know, it was kind of like, hey, horsey, come here, baby, I got something for you. And like eventually out of that, I'm not gonna name it. I don't want. I'm imagining it. I don't want to.
He Joshua typed it in the chat, I think, maybe.
Dude, I gotta sync, man. I gotta. Light Elf talked about something. This is incredible. Bro, you talked about battling a female giant.
No, not battling, wooing.
Wooing. Okay, hold on. Hear me out for a second. Here in Georgia, in the United States, there's a myth between the Cherokee, which is supposedly the indigenous people, they got into not a battle, but like a sports battle. Like they had like a sport between each other, between the like regular humans and the giants. And they chose a giantess. I forget her name. And they chose one human. The human won. The legend goes, the human then dated the giantess. They made a babe. They made children. This is the legend. So a giantess and a human made a baby here in Georgia, United States. The same story or similar, not exactly, but you know what I mean, similar.
Yeah.
He probably wooed her, and then dude, this is a legend. This is a legend here in Georgia. I'm sorry, you're just blowing my mind. You're just blowing my mind.
Loki has kids, or at least a kid with a giantess as well. I believe that even
Thor has kids with a giantess. I think she's called Yarinsaksa. I think so.
Yeah,
the same stories are all. Oh my gosh, I wasn't even aware of that story.
Odin is descendant of giants. Like his parents, his father was a giant.
Yeah, so they're like
Beautiful.
The gods and the giants are kind of like the same class of beings with similar levels of power, and the gods indeed are descended from giants and are also interbreed with them at every turn. You also have Skadi. If you know the German word Schade.
Yeah,
that's named after her. It means harm, because she has been harmed because her father was killed by the gods.
Skadi is the goddess of the hunt, right?
Yeah, but she's also a pure Jotun. And her father was killed, and that's a long story, but she wanted revenge, and instead the gods told her that she could marry one of them, and she was supposed to choose a husband out of just looking at his feet. So all the gods were lined up, and she could choose from the feet. And
I remember that story. Yeah, no, go ahead. It's a great story.
And she picked the feet that seemed the most beautiful to her, because that would obviously be Balder, the most beautiful god. But it was not. It was Njord, because his feet was very beautiful because he was standing in the sea all the time. And she was a mountain goddess, and this was a sea god, and the marriage didn't work out at all. So they had to get a divorce.
Shocker.
Yeah. And with time, I think, don't quote me on this, but I believe that with time she got together with Odin, and with time she gave rise to the Danish royal dynasty called the Skjoldung, which saga has been lost, unfortunately, but which was written down. So yeah, it's written as Skjold, SKJ. I can.
Forgive me, guys. I have to drop. I sincerely apologize. I have to drop. This has been beautiful.
Man. Already?
Yeah, already. How long? But I don't want to interrupt the flow. Don't let me interrupt the flow. The syncs.
No, it's okay, man. You may have been in here short, but it was short but sweet. Like you came with some bangers, man. Like,
dude,
you're one of the lost blue wizards, you know. So we're glad to have you.
Man. Let's go. No, you guys, the syncs are incredible. It takes, when you guys are talking, then I start connecting dots. I'm like, oh my gosh, dude, I'm going to share in the Telegram the story that I have in the United States about this whole giantess thing. I got to re-look it up. It's all the same stories all over. They're just retold everywhere, no matter where you are. But Light Elf, Joshua Stein, aka Mr. Can I call you Mr. Stone, or what? Stone
Sure,
Maker?
man. Sure.
Much love, peace and harmony. It was an honor. Thank you.
Yes, peace out, bro.
All right, see you.
I actually need to go too, so perhaps this is a good time to exit. But I did notice Joshua was trying to hop on, so Maybe if he does.
Yeah, no, he Zoom won't let him come in, unfortunately. Maybe that Chris Karen Cups, maybe he'll join later. But no guarantees. So let's see. Nah, I don't think he's coming on. He well, unless he's that slow of an eater, because he's been having dinner for like the last 2.5 hours. So
Well, hey man, it could be our last.
Last supper.
As well eat a long, luxurious dinner, I guess.
Yeah. Well, with all that's going on in the world and how fast it changes, and literally day by day, any meal could be your last, man. And if that's the case, man, I had a simple meal, but it was good. So yeah, no, but if you gotta go, you gotta go, man. It's been great having you on again. Like it's always great to hear the like the Christian side of things, because as as pagans, we don't like Christians very much usually, because because of things that happened. But like especially with Ragnarok and the now for the second time that you came on, you have told us so much and related so much and to different cultures, and it's been great. It's really been
You really
interesting.
seem like a haven of esoteric knowledge, if I'm allowed to say so. Yeah, that's
I study a lot of that stuff too, because for me, it's there's a lot more similarities and differences in some of this stuff, and yeah, I mean, I do study a lot of the occult. So, but like I was saying, a lot of this stuff is Twilight language, so there's a lot missing. And so when you do study the occult, sometimes you can kind of pick up some of what's missing, I think.
The Twilight of the Gods.
Yeah, well, exactly. I think it's called the Twilight language for a reason. And because we've kind of lost it, like Ragnarok might kind of blindside us, but here we are watching and we see it, but we all have a different piece of the puzzle that we kind of bring. And that's what I like about this day and age, is that we can kind of get together and have these provocative discussions. Yeah, thank you for the observation, Light Elf. Haven of occult knowledge, is that how you said it? I like that. Or esoteric knowledge.
Yeah, haven. Yeah. I mean, it's abundant, so therefore it's a haven. So
yeah, I got notes all over my desk, books. Like it does look like a wizard study, I guess.
Dude, just you and Burdock in the chat just going wild. It's and then like even just chatting, like Burdock going wild, and like all of us just it's amazing. I love this. I love all the different perspectives, all the things, and especially it does really help to have someone who is knowledgeable more about the Christian side of things, about the Judaism side of things, because you have your like end of the world too, your revelations, your apocalypse, the lifting of the veil. And I for sure am not knowledgeable enough about that, but since it's your like the occult and just esoteric topics is really your field of reference, it's always great having you on, and you always come with
you reminded me of one more thing, if you don't mind. I'll mention it before I go. The lifting of the veil. So that's a very loaded phrase. Some folks might say, oh, that's the spiritual veil. Well, yeah, I see that too, but it's also the wedding veil. In Revelation, there's this wedding of the Lamb with the body of Christ. And so the body of Christ is often referred to as like a bride to this male figure. So there's like a gender swapping there too, because I myself being a male, I'm yet a bride, so I think that's interesting because we see the Eros Gamos, divine wedding, kind of being a theme in Revelations, I think. But what also is interesting about Revelation is this this marriage ritual. One of the riders on I think the first rider that's on a white horse, the bow he holds is not a bow for shooting arrows. The bow is a word for a ribbon, or like something that you would tie. And that's used for a hand fasting ceremony, which is pagan. So there is a pagan element in Revelation that nobody really ever talks about. Yet at the same time, we talk about it a lot because we refer to the marriage of the Lamb. Yet I don't think many people make the connection between hand fasting and that type of marriage. So there is most definitely that in it all. But again, you wouldn't see that necessarily if you didn't study both sides, because if somebody was purely Christian, didn't know anything about hand fasting, then that would be totally lost on them. And vice versa, a pagan probably wouldn't be reading Revelations to begin with to ever notice the similarity. So I do think it's fun to compare them, because when these similarities do occur, it's like, whoa, so
yeah. And that's why it's, why it's great to have someone like you on. You know so much more about that than we do. And I think with Light Elf and myself, we're knowledgeable about the pagan aspect. So I'm thinking now, if you could find someone else who is knowledgeable in your field, like we could definitely make a podcast out of it. We could definitely do a comparison of like the Bible and our texts and your mythology, our mythology.
like an academic comparison.
Yeah. Just
a literal comparison.
Like see what commonalities there are, since there are so many, even just within Revelations and Ragnarok, and also to as I mentioned, us pagans, we usually don't like Christians very much, so we tend to stay away from them. And by that, indeed, like, we don't read Revelations, we don't read the Bible, because that's not of us, so to speak.
Well, but bear in mind, those people that you don't like are probably not true Christians either. And I think that's something that's really should be emphasized a lot of times, because folks will refer to themselves as Christian, but they don't practice what they preach. And
going back to practice and practicality. Yeah.
So, and likewise, I'm sure there's a lot of people that consider themselves pagan that don't exemplify. What they like. Earlier, no oath or honor was present.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
But yeah, I mean, we have to judge them by their fruits, what they produce. So I hope that everybody found this fruitful.
And try not to spoil the oil and wine.
Yeah, man. But yeah, is the farewell salon, is that correct? I've heard that used in some Nordic contexts, like goodbye is SLAN, slan.
Well, are you saying Svanesang? That's that's the term. If I understand it rightly.
Is it
now.
Goodbye, or
no? It's actually like something is dying, basically. So it's
how would I say goodbye?
There is a belief that a swan will sing when it dies, and it will be a very beautiful
swan song.
Dude, that's where the black swan concept comes from, which probably fits real well in this conversation. Yeah.
Oh, let's save that. Let's save that for another time. Let's save that maybe for a different podcast, because like just the three of us, we can talk about so much. But I really think we should get someone else there with knowledge about
All right,
Christianity, about Judaism. We
see what I
can
can
totally
find.
set it up. You know, two pagans, two Christians, or like Christian scholars, esoteric scholars, just.
It will also be interesting to combine, let us say, different schools of Christianity, like having a Protestant and a Catholic, or even an Orthodox person.
I belong to the
Oh.
Orthodox Church. Yeah, Greek Orthodox.
Oh, okay.
Had a feeling you were more of the Orthodox kind. Yeah.
And even
No, but
even they divide themselves from Judaism in a lot of ways. So there's still parts that they're missing too, because they don't go back far enough. They just start with Christ instead of going all the way back before Christ, because Christ, after all, kept the Jewish laws. But for some reason, a lot of Christians don't like to study the Old Testament, I've noticed. So there's even that distinction too. Like you could probably even find people that would prefer to study the Elder Edda and not one of the other books, and then be like, well, why not study them all?
yeah, no, everybody has their preference, of course, but it does cause lack or loss of a lot of knowledge.
I wonder if there can be said to be different schools of paganism these days, since it's kind of a revived religion. You know about Survive the Jive? He would claim that you need to be a communal pagan to be a true pagan, that you need to perform sacrifices. And I feel like everything develops, everything is dynamic and moves forward. And I believe paganism has entered a new stage in many ways. So it has.
There are indeed a lot of pagans who are. I'm seeing that all over the place, really. Who are too focused, and that was the problem with Heathens of Oath and Honor too. Like they were too focused on, like golden age Viking, like the height of the Viking era, and they were really trying to, as many others do, really trying to LARP as those people, do all those old practices again in a modern world. That's just, I don't think it's possible to truly practice the paganism that was practiced by our ancestors, because we don't live in those times anymore. We don't live in that world anymore. So I think, as you rightfully say, that paganism should be adapted to, not necessarily changed, but adapted to,
Or reframed, perhaps, or remediated.
not necessarily. Yeah, reframed. Yeah, I think reframed would be a good term to use, but like reframed for the world that we live in now, for the times that we live in now. Because, like, yeah, we can do all those practices that they did, like in 500 AD or whatever, but we don't live in 500 AD. We live in 2022, or there are different theories that's like there is added 1,000 years to our timeline, or like we're like several thousand years behind on the actual timeline. But whatever, my calendar says 2022, not 500 AD.
Also, it's our natural religion. So at one point, it was a natural expression of our peoples as they were from nature. And our nature is always
people from the heath, from the country.
Our nature is always available to us if you just search. But also we have changed a little. I mean, even probably in physical appearance. I think I read
Yeah.
somewhere, and it was kind of believable that actually the men were more feminine looking in the Viking Age, and the women were a bit more masculine looking. It's because they had such beauty ideals, so the men had to be really handsome to be selected by a woman. And the
Well,
women had to it sounds woke, but
No.
it's-
You're no. Like I know that's funnier, vain. Yeah, sure, vanity. I can see that. But
at least
there. No, you're right, because especially the men, like in popular media, you'll see them depicted as, these rugged dudes and rugged beards and wild hair and whatever. No, they were really
yes.
they were really on point with their bathing and their grooming, and they would have had neat kempt hair and a neat kempt beard and clean clothes and whatever. And I believe that's why when they went to England, I believe it was England, that the Anglo-Saxon men, they hated the Vikings, not because of the raiding or the pillaging or murdering or like all that exaggerated stuff, but because their women, the Anglo-Saxon women, liked the Viking men better because they were better groomed, they were better looking, they were bathed.
Saturday is called lørdag, which basically means bathing day. So they bathed once a week, and the Saxons never bathed. So there's the difference, and they groom themselves.
Who do you think smells better? A guy that bathes once a week or a guy that doesn't bathe at all? Who do you think looks better? A guy that combs his hair and his beard, or a guy that just lets it go? Of course, the Anglo-Saxon women are going to be attracted to the better groomed guy. Can't blame them.
Probably, yes. So there's probably something to it that certain things have changed, and we have to roll with those changes. But that's what life is about, after all, being adapting.
But it's funny, like how we see effeminate men now. Like we see them as weak, we see them as lesser, because now the ideal man, is big, broad, strong, burly, is a power lifter, is a CrossFit guy, has those big arms and six pack and whatever. Basically looks like a Greek god. So I think but even that is changing, and that's like over politicized, because apparently now wanting to be healthy is right wing, and if you go to the gym just basically because you want to look good and not be fat, you're fat phobic and whatever. Like it's truly it's the end.
It's really an unhealthy culture in so many ways. I mean,
like
even your body has become a product in a sense. I mean, you can hire a gym membership and eat so many proteins, and then you have so and so body. It's really artificial. It's like a replacement for natural muscles. That you would have developed just by existing.
And bodybuilding is it's a pageant show for men.
But I must admit, I can admire Arnold Schwarzenegger on his height, and I really like his Conan movies. But I see the argument that bodybuilding is a bit unnatural. Sure. I mean, to each their own.
Why do you think they're all on PEDs? Because your body can only go so far naturally, and you have to break that ceiling in a way.
Of course.
So that's when you take some enhancements, which causes not even your muscles to grow or whatever. That's another pop culture thing.
consider the fact that even Odin had to drink the mead of poetry and do things. I mean, he enhanced himself from time to time as well. And even Thor needed a belt to have his strength, So I think it's just
belts, gloves.
we're probably not
Yeah.
so different from them in a way,
As above, so below.
All is fair
know,
in love and
that's-
war. So you
That
do what you
too.
need to do.
That too. That definitely too. No, but I think as Burdock put it so eloquently, that we are all fractals experiencing this reality. Like that's another thing of the Bible that I think is interesting. It says that God created man in his own image. But are they talking, or is the writer talking about God creating man in God's own image or in man's own image? Because you can take that both ways. Creating man in his own image, like in man's own image.
The
Or
creation
as-
myth, the creation myth in the Bible is directly taken from Sumerian mythology, and in the Bible it says "we," and why? Because there are several gods who are
The
discussing
Elohim.
this. Yeah. So
Elohim, yeah.
So the Bible is really a compilation of pagan texts and reframed in a way to make it be about faith and salvation. So yeah, really interesting. Yeah.
I mean,
And
it's still written by men. It's still written by human beings, and
it
what
shows
is it, like at least 40 years after the passing of Christ? Am
it shows
I
the
correct?
power. It probably at least it shows the power of monotheism. Monotheism proved itself to be more forceful contra old paganism. I mean, if you look at how the world is structured right now.
Yeah, but that's not a good thing. Yeah, the Catholic Church and whatever, it has what, 3-4 billion believers, faith.
Roman Catholic. There's
Sorry, Roman Catholic.
It's fine, man. Like, I
it's
didn't
no,
know
you're
I didn't
you're
even
right.
know there
Roman
was.
Roman Catholic. It's not
Well,
the
I'm
same
just saying,
thing.
like,
You're
I
right.
only learned about the difference this year, and I've been in it, like, immersed, and I just found out about the difference between Orthodox and Roman. So a lot of the
like,
bad rap thing is from Roman.
Don't they say that like Catholic, like actual Catholic, is closer to the actual teachings of Christ, or is it that the Catholics
The
are-
Orthodox is. Orthodox Catholic is, but then there's Roman Catholic, and they depart. They've departed wildly from everything. They're even going to take the Latin out of the service, so they're not even going to keep the same language.
What?
Wow, that's
horrible. That's
But that's just the symptom of today, man. Yeah.
that's Ragnarok. That's yeah. Yeah, everything has to be, homogenized. Everything
And I'll
has to be
mention one more thing
simplified.
Because even though we don't have to sacrifice animals in Christianity anymore, but you are allowed to give free will offerings of like fruit and such, which I do. So that's something that I think is also missing from modern day practice, is that we've lost that, So that's somewhere I've always seen the pagan religions. I've kind of admired that, is that some of them, assuming they're not just doing it to do it, I would assume they have some type of connection to the spirit that they understand really well. And so I even though most pagans may not like quote unquote Christians, I personally enjoy talking to pagans because they're more spiritual than a lot of Christians I know. So I feel like I have more in common with them, because at the basis of all of it is spirit, So
Yeah, and that's why enjoy talking to you so much, and enjoy hearing your side of things so much. Like I wasn't necessarily raised religious, but both my parents were raised Roman Catholic, unfortunately. So yeah, I did get a lot of it. I heard a lot about it. I went to church services with my grandparents, and like even with my when my late grandmother was still alive. She passed last February. Wow,
Sorry.
has it been that long already? Wow, okay. Um no, but
Well,
even though my parents weren't religious, we still went to church with her on Easter and with Christmas, and then the church a couple of times over, because that's where the whole family of her side, her brothers and sisters, when they were still alive. She was the last one of her brothers and sisters to go. She held out long. But we did that more for her, and to uphold
cultural sort of.
yeah, no, more out of love for her, out of love for our Oma, our grandma, and to like it was tradition too, especially with Easter. It always brings a smile on my face when I think about it. We went to church. We sat through the service where we were really interested in what was being said, or believed it or not, and then we went back to her place for oh, that's such a typical Dutch thing, by the way. I don't know if you have that, maar, but yeah, we call it beschuit met muisjes, and it's like a biscuit, but like a kind of a breadcrumb biscuit, kind of thicker, and then with little anise sprinkles, which kind of looks like, okay, this may sound kind of gross, but kind of looks like little mouse dropping. That's why we call it muisjes, little mice.
Oh, I see.
And we always do that. It's a tradition. You do that when or you eat that when a child is born. It's a very Dutch tradition. You'll eat beschuit met muisjes. And then white and blue for when a baby boy is born, and white and pink for when a baby girl is born. So after the church service, we went to my grandmother's place, just the family usually, my mother, my father, my siblings, and I, to eat beschuit met muisjes, and then the white blue variety to celebrate the birth of baby Jesus, which was just a traditional thing. And my parents, or my grandparents from my father's side, they were very strictly religious, saying your prayers before every meal, and not just the Our Father, but also the prayer for Mary, for Mother Mary. So I've grown up around like Catholics and the Catholic Church and whatever, so I have a bit of knowledge about it. But that's why I love also just diving deeper into that, because it is still part of my my family heritage. A lot of generations, they were Roman Catholic and raised Roman Catholic. So just to Branch, to hear you go deeper in on that and relating it to like to my faith now, the faith that I found me. It's very it's interesting. It's awesome to hear that, how like my family's heritage and my current life, how that still connects with each other, how there are still so many commonalities. And that's why I really want to do a like separate stream, separate casts to really find out how much commonalities we actually have, and to just kind of set aside the differences, because like knowledge is knowledge, and in the age of information, ignorance is a sin.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'm paraphrasing here, but either way, I'm gonna make it a phrase now. I'm gonna coin it, TM, copyright, all that. And that's also,
I think pagans and Christians, it's incredible to say, but we are natural allies in the things that are taking place now.
Exactly.
Because we are spiritual, and we're fighting against who? Materialists, basically, people who believe in just the physical world and manipulating it.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
In a sense, that's. I'll be honest. I see it that way. Yeah, I'm a bit pragmatic in certain ways.
No, but it's like we mentioned at the beginning, brother fighting against brother and whatever. And how about we just join in and unite and find what we have in common, instead of finding or just hearing, listening to every one of those talking heads. I'm gonna keep using it because I fucking love it. Telling us what is supposed to divide us. What like hearing on the TV or in the news, like what makes you lesser than me, or what makes me lesser than you. Let's instead just stop. This is gonna sound really, really cheesy, and I guess the nationalists, they do have a point. Let's stop the brother wars. Let's stop the infighting. Let's stop the game of divide and conquer, and let's instead just unite. Let's come together. Let's see what we have in common, even with the different religions. There here now at this moment, there are two pagans and an Orthodox Christian who is interested in a whole range of esoteric subjects, and we're speaking freely. Why?
I think that there must be something that is more important than religion, because religion means basically it's a Roman word which most probably means correct method. That's it. But what is more important is spirituality.
Yeah.
So we should focus on that, not the correct method. I mean, there probably is something that is near a correct method, and some methods are worse than others. We can probably agree on that. But even if someone is doing some things not entirely to your tastes, I mean,
yeah, let's raise our collective vibration. Let's elevate our collective consciousness. We're all in this together, so why not do it together?
We have to, because I mean, there's a hard struggle coming. I mean, I don't think we can imagine what it will be like. I mean, the hardship. The battles now have been spiritual in a sense. Like, if you're not pure in spirit, your body gets corrupted. Basically, that's it. But it will spread. The struggle will become one of physical survival, I think. And at that point, it's kind of weird to say, but in a sense, there will come a point where purity of heart won't really matter. And it will be the skill of the hand which will matter more, because it will be pure survival, if you get my gist. That's what I think.
I think purity I think purity of heart will always matter. And I think that's why there's such a darkness around us now, because we lost that purity, or we had it taken away, or let it take away from us in change for football every Sunday and the new She-Hulk, for mindless entertainment, for bread and circuses. We've had our purity taken away for bread and circuses. And I think that is indeed why there is such a darkness now, why we are now in the Iron Age, in the Kali Yuga, in Ragnarok. We have fallen, which makes me think of the fallen angels. They were light beings who fell, who descended, and
every single one of us is plagued in a sense by modernity. I think. I mean, you should be really isolated and really pure if you're not tainted by modernity in any respect. I mean, that's nearly impossible. So
would that even be possible nowadays without just isolating yourself, literally somewhere, a cabin in the woods? I mean, Ted Kaczynski tried it. Look what happened to him.
Yeah. I think there are some people that are quite near, but yeah. I believe that we need to get back. We can never be perfect, and we can never surpass our age in a way. We can't become men of silver or men of gold. That would only be possible in another age. But we can do our best and perhaps be the ones that break out of the cage, the rat cage.
Yeah.
You don't have to be perfect to do that. You just have to do certain right things, I believe.
You have to make a conceited effort. You really have to try. And that's another thing, so many people are waiting for someone else to save them, whether it be the Christians waiting for the second coming of Christ, because if as soon as he arrives, then all will be well again, or Trump or QAnon, or you name it. Just nowadays it's basically everyone on the right political spectrum who is our hero, who is our savior, and all of that. And we need to stop that. There is, I hate to break it to you people, but there is nobody coming to save us. We need to save ourselves. We need to, as I said, we need to come together, see what connects us. Spirituality, faith, soul. Yeah. Sorry, I can keep going on and on about this, but I'll be repeating myself. Branch, you had to go. Sorry, we're dragging this along too
Oh,
much.
that's cool, dude. But I mean, after you guys got going, I was like, well, I want to stick around a little bit. I'm gonna leave a thought or subject unfinished. But yeah, I would like to depart. I have plans with somebody that I gotta go.
Yeah, no, of course. If you gotta go, you gotta go, man. Just
are you in the Telegram, Light Elf?
No, I'm not. I've actually removed most of my social media. I just have Minds now, basically, and it doesn't even have a good messaging system. So I also have my YouTube channel, but it's not a place for interaction though. So Yeah.
That's why I stuck around a little longer, because I just wanted to get my fill of Light Elf here, because I really enjoyed listening to him. I was
Thank you.
afraid I may not be able to talk with him afterwards. So thank you for spending time with me. It was a pleasure.
I've had a lot of Christian friends myself. Actually, my last name, my real last name means son of a Christian, and it's basically true. Every part of my name is true, because Norwegian names are like that. They are based on something physical and practical.
Like a description.
Yeah, it's a description of where you're from and what you're doing, basically.
The stone of a Christian man, basically. Kind of, is that what your name means, maybe?
Yeah, my name means fortune stone, hill of cranes, son of a Christian.
Wow.
So, so yeah, and this hill of cranes, it's basically a place in Sweden. So I most likely had Swedish ancestors at one point, which is interesting. And this son of a Christian name is it's a very generic name, which people took up when they moved from their farms, and they were no longer named after the place they lived. Then they have to have a new name, so they just took up a generic name. That's it. Just like the Scandinavian names, like Anderson, it's very generic, like super generic.
Yeah, like you have that here in Europe, in Northern Europe as well. Indeed, with the sun at the end, but we like kind of abbreviate it to Sen. So, for example, Janssen, which is one of the most common last names here in the Netherlands, Jansen, which basically means Jan's son. Or the profession you had back then was your last name. So if you were a baker, then here in the Netherlands, you would call yourself bakker, or visser, or it's just, but that all came with Napoleon. I believe he introduced that here in Europe. I don't know specifically for what reason. I'd have to look it up, but
probably like the Romans, they needed people to inherit the profession of their father.
Yeah, or for for the census, because like if you don't know who to get the taxes from, then how are you going to get taxes, right?
Yeah, good thinking.
Which also makes me wonder, like, how did we like call each other before that really was a thing? Like, I know that the Native Americans, they had a way. I should really ask Keely about that, how that
They had
works.
Transitory names. Their names could even change. They were kind of earned and descriptive, much like Light Elf was explaining. Like, I'm just using an example here, like Chief Running or Running Deer or something like that might refer to the time that he outran a deer and tackled it or something in a hunt. And so, yeah, it might have earned him that name that then he carries. So I think that was a lot of times how their names were, is it was kind of connected to their talents or their exploits, and they might change over time.
Cool.
Yeah. Oh, that would make sense.
And another thing about names are that the royalty don't have last names. So like that's something I kind of noticed.
Yeah, they still do, like the places and countries where
like
they're
their
from.
title. Yeah, it's not really a last name. It's more like I can't remember the guy, Charles. He's the Prince of Wales. Well, that's his last name. Yeah, he's not really. So I think it's kind of interesting to note that it's always
that
tied
is
to your
interesting.
profession, and in their profession's ruling, so their last name's tied to that ruling thing.
I mean, even my last name technically is a profession, nagelmaker, nail maker, and I believe it was like those the nails that they used in shipbuilding. I think that would make the most sense. Although I did manage to track my last name way back to the 1300s, I believe, is about where the first mention of my last name is. But it's in the southern part of the Netherlands, and we don't really have, to my knowledge at least, like 700 years ago, that could be totally different. We don't really have lakes there or a sea really nearby, and from what I know, we were close to or married into a falconry family, and at one point a member of the Nagelmaker family moved to Belgium, and you technically still have the Nagelmaker Bank, although now it's a subsidiary of Delta. But yeah, so just based on professions, or like who your father was in that time, and the royals, they don't do that indeed, because here in the Netherlands we have the Oranjes of Orange, which was or is a province in France, which are, I want to say, first king, or at least the guy that became our first king, he inherited that from his uncle, who was French royalty. So from Oranje Nassau is it? So yeah, again, with like the names of the places where you're from, like the province or country, and yeah, it really does give that that elevated feel. We are named after what we do. So if that would be the case nowadays, I would be Stein Cook or Stein Chef or whatever, which just sounds terrible.
But it also speaks about social class, at least to an extent, at least in my country, because I am from probably the lower middle class or higher working class, and those people tend to have Norse names. And then there are names that are connected to being a criminal, and those are also somewhat Norse, but it's a small subset of names that bad mothers often give their sons, but because they sound cool, essentially. And you have the higher middle class, they give their children certain names, and the highest class gives their children quite pretentious names, which are very continental or even Roman. So you can.
That's still done. Even here in the Netherlands, it's still done. The people with more money, like indeed, like the middle class, upper middle class, they give their kids fancier sounding names, and
it's strange because it's just about increasing your status, and it's so superficial in a way.
Yeah, it is. Like it's just your name. It doesn't really mean anything. It's like,
but the name is,
other people identify you.
But the name is very important because you can learn a lot about a person by just his name. And like in Norse religion, if someone were to curse you, they needed your name. And when it comes to Sigurd, the dragon slayer, when he killed the dragon wanted the dragon Fafnir. He wanted to know his name so he could curse him, because the curse of a dying creature is the strongest curse of all. but of course he did not
Ah.
give him his name, and therefore he could not be cursed. So having power over someone's name, that's huge. Also in Egyptian mythology,
Correct.
as far as I've understood it.
Yeah, and
So-
there's even this theory that your name is connected to your destiny somehow, because there is a like the one example I have, at least in the States. I don't know if that's the case here in Europe too, but there is a majority of dentists called Dennis, for example, and that's the case with a lot of other names as well. And like you'll see, especially here in the Netherlands, in the more like meme circles and whatever. Oh, bye, Branch. We kept him waiting long enough.
Yeah.
But you'll see that, like, for example, someone with the last name, I don't know, Hen, which is a female chicken, for example, will be like working in like in the field of poultry, something having to do with poultry. Just names which are very fitting for the job that they have, for the profession that they practice. So it really makes me wonder if there is some truth to it, that your name also in a way decides your destiny.
Yeah, well, words are magic, are they not? So why should
Yeah,
names? They are like very permanent spells. It's like a spell of permanence.
It's called spelling for a reason. Yeah, and I think that's another danger with the internet, because you don't have to like give your actual name on there. You don't have to. Like, you can make up any name. First name, last name, can be anything. Nobody's the wiser. And I think that's another thing, like why so many people behave differently on the internet, because of the anonymity, because you don't have to do things in your own name. You can take on any name and do whatever you want, be whatever you want, and nobody ever has to find out that it's you.
But the name you take up, it kind of betrays you, because it will be something subconscious there, which you have not recognized in yourself, which speaks about you. For instance, I don't think I'm hanging out, revealing too much about someone here, but I was a member of a forum long ago for writers, and there was one guy that called himself, this was before my time, so I just had it referred, he called himself Gamma, and he was very subversive. So it's like the traits of a gamma male. So he always tried to reveal everyone he talked to, like, aha, you did that just because you wanted to show off or whatever. So he was like a gamma ray trying to penetrate into you and explain to you your reasons for doing things. And then he became what he was calling himself. It's really strange.
So like another self-fulfilling prophecy, kind of. But then,
but he did not recognize it about himself. Others observing him at a distance, like, oh, that's interesting.
that is interesting. And I guess with the name you choose on the internet or whatever, it's still going to be a personal thing. It's still going to be either like part of your like your belief or your political opinion, aspiration, or like how you like to see yourself, it's still going to be personal. That's like my name, for example, where I go by basically everywhere, Stein Fox, like Fox after Guy Fawkes, because for a long time I was kind of obsessed with Anonymous and being a I forgot the name, but just being a fighter, being a activist. And Guy Fawkes, he went against the English crown. He wanted to blow up the English Parliament. He was against the monarchy and whatever, and that's all I needed back then. Just Anonymous and blowing up monarchy, blowing up Parliament. Guy Fawkes, hero. And yeah, it kind of stuck. It's the, well, I guess you could say the nickname, sorcerer's name, maybe even, that I have been using. Like
Yeah,
ever
the
since I
past
was
is
20.
okay. The past is returning in so many ways, and one of those ways is, I think, the need for warriors in a way, and all that entails, like a certain brotherhood, perhaps, with the like-minded people ganging up.
Yeah.
Like it was with the early Indo-Europeans.
Warrior
And-
bands, Manarbunda.
Yeah, and if you are, like I've said, our side is now without any real political influence, then that's the only solution, really. I mean, what else are you going to do? Because you can't be an atomized individual, then you are completely lost, basically. You need like-minded people, you need people who share your nature and certain of your goals. And it doesn't mean everyone needs to be alike or anything, but you need a certain affinity. I think that's a good, good word.
Of course, you have to have certain commonalities, certain common interests, beliefs, whatever, to be able to be that group, to be that warrior band, to be that Manarbunda. I'm just, and the fact that we don't have any political representation, the solution is not political.
I agree.
The problem is politics, especially nowadays. Everybody is focused on politics. What's the hot topic of the day? Politics. This politician did that. That politician said this. It's another form of bread and circuses. And
yeah, because it's indifferent what happens within politics at the end of the day, because it's really, all political parties are kind of caught up by modernity, and they just approach the same goal in different tempo, I suppose.
Yeah, it's like we talked about with the with the different occult groups. You have the same thing in politics. You have that tribalism. The Democratic Party, the Socialist Party, whatever. It's still tribes. It's still, tribalism never really went away. It just took a different form and is channeled into things that aren't really productive. What does it get you if you rally behind your favorite sports team or behind the politician that you think will bring that oh so needed change? What's going to happen? Your sports team is going to win. Okay, great. That's awesome. They're going to say thank you to all the fans. Awesome. Are you going to get that big payday? Hell
You'll
no.
get you'll get some emotional gratification, and you will feel a sense of belonging, and you have neither, if not. most often, because you don't have any other community. So people turn to the bad replacement when they have nothing else, I think.
Entertainment, it's entertainment and a sense of belonging, a sense of having found your people, having found your tribe, because you all like that sports team, you all believe that so and so politician, president, king, whoever is gonna save you. And I think that the ruling class, they're making very, very good use of that. They're making sure to keep us in those camps, to keep us in those tribes, and have us focused on that one thing and fighting the other tribes, fighting the other team. Well, even in sports, in most major sports, the game is rigged. Not necessarily like predetermined who's gonna win or whatever, like it is in pro wrestling, which is a open secret by now. As is in politics, like politics and pro wrestling are compared a lot, because
It's
like
just
on screen they're rivals. They say the damnedest things to each other and call each other the ugliest names and whatever, but behind closed doors, when the cameras are off, it's all buddy.
it's just a cycle between who wins, and it doesn't matter because they share the same goals. They're all part of modernity. They have the same mental outlook, I suppose you can say, and that outlook in and by itself, it's a big topic. What brought about modernity, but that in and by itself is the problem, and the problem is that man is seen as above creation. I don't believe in creation, but seen as above creation. I believe the world has ever been, but I don't think man is the center of the universe. I don't believe in a purely materialistic or material universe, and I don't believe in universalism. But all these are ideas that pervades modernity, and you have to make a conscious choice to select those things away, and very few people are capable of that. So that means that almost everyone you meet will be walking around with a paradigm which is very, very harmful.
Yeah, I think Cozy Crone in the live chat says it well, and she definitely has a point there, that the solution is economical. Vote with your wallet. Don't buy or like as she puts it, withdraw from spending in the corporate realm, and sustain yourself as much as you can, as we talked about earlier, with the vegetable garden and the little bit of livestock, because we know the corporations, the big corporations, the giants of our time, they are not to be trusted. They don't have our best interest at heart. It's profit, it's money, it's all of that. That's all they want from us. And whether that be like currency in the way of attention, spending our energy on there, or just spending all our money on their products, either way, they win. And there are so many. Everything is
a rigged game,
and the world is a stage. It's man,
that is also true.
Yeah, just so many of those philosophers and Shakespeare, they had so many so many good points, and there's so many quotes I can bring up. I don't even know where they come from, but
But I also
think
believe
think globally, buy locally.
I also believe it's time for if the world is a stage, it's time for a shift of scenes, basically, or a shift of players, because what is now is not sustainable on any level.
Time for a new script.
Yeah.
And it's funny, I know that especially in the US, and looking at the Dutch politicians, it's about the same. They say that Washington DC, or what would be The Hague here, is just Hollywood for ugly people, because they're still actors. They're just not as handsome. They're not as pretty. They're not as gorgeous as the men and women we see on our screens, we see in our movies, we see in our TV series. And yeah, they definitely have a point. Like I said, it's comparable to pro wrestling, like minus the sports aspect. On screen, rivalry and hate and whatever, but as soon as the cameras turn off, it's all buddy buddy. Like you'll see that, for example, when they forget that there's a hot mic, that when the microphone is still on, they think like, okay, we're done and whatever, then their true self comes out. And that's when you get those candid moments of them saying like something scandalous or whatever. And like that but that's with everyone. It's with everything.
But I also believe that you shouldn't really focus on all the ills of the age, whether all the things we love that are dying now, all the beauty, all the culture, or even focusing on all the lies that are made and all the actors there. You should probably rather focus on the positive things you can achieve and being busy insulating it against influence or being swallowed by the system. That's so hard, because it
is
because the human mind is made to focus on not losing stuff. So when you see everything fall apart in the world, it really attacks the mind and demoralizes
you go into panic mode, because basically what you're seeing, as you said, is you're losing everything. You're losing everyone, everything that you ever hold dear, everyone that you ever loved, especially when you see things for how they are, and you see everyone still falling for the same things over and over again, still falling for the traps, still repeating what's been said on TV or on the radio, because those people know what to say. It's hard. And especially when I just opened my eyes, when I just woke up to what this world actually is, my world literally shattered. Like nothing. It's cheesy to say, you'll find it in so many song lyrics, nothing is what it seems, but it's not. Like everything that is done, there is something behind it. Every group that is pushed forward, there is someone behind it. It's a painful experience, because everything you ever believed, everything you ever thought that was real isn't. So it's painful, and it's easy to fall into that downward spiral as you start to see more and more things, or as you start to see those things repeating themselves in other places.
Yeah, but also you must consider that some of the ways of opposition or or enemy to the system. You might say that they are kind of futile. They are copes. They are emotional, and they don't bring about any real results. So in a sense, you have people lying to themselves that they are doing something important, or they're protecting their ego. Because you must remember, I came directly from a political milieu, or a political site. And my friend was running that site. He's a friend of mine. And at one point he gave up because it was just a wheel where you're saying the same things over and over and over, and you have no real influence. And those who haven't woken up by now won't. And he also had to face a lot of persecution. So there's really no point. And in such an environment, it is fraught with narcissists, people that are concerned with their own ego and looking cool, looking good. And whether there's a change or whether they win, they don't care about that. They care about their ego. And it has become so clear to me that this is the case, that it is masturbation for the ego, basically.
Yeah.
And
They
essentially
they truly get off on it. Yeah.
And there, everyone who thinks, I believe, will see that there is really no political solution, because our enemies sit with all the institutions, all the power that ever they can do anything and almost
It's
anything.
The tentacles of an octopus. You know, you have the head, and then you have one tentacle going there, one tentacle going there, one tentacle going there.
And it's like a historical wheel which crushes everything in its way, and far stronger men than us has gone under in the attempt to stop it.
Oh yeah.
So you can't stop that wheel, but you can watch it crash and burn, and you can try to survive.
Even the heroes of old eventually passed, and it's a very doom way of thinking. But you know, if you look at history and like try to learn from history, because you know there is a popular saying, if there's one thing we have learned from history, is that we don't learn from history, which is true, which is, I think, another reason why the cycles keep repeating itself. You know, as I said, we keep falling for the same things over and over. History keeps repeating itself. That's why we should try and rise above, try and elevate ourselves, our consciousness, vibration, whatever you want to call it.
Parts of the solution is indeed spiritual, I think, but the world, in a sense, is a spiritual place. So parts of the solution must also be physical. You have to apply your spirit in the world, and try to win in the world. We
are at this point of the yugas, at this point of the human cycle. Let's say we are physical beings. We have fallen into matter. So, yeah, the solution is also going to be part physical, because you know we are physical beings. It has to be that way. I think that's another nice dualism aspect. Like it has to be coming from both.
Yeah. I mean, let's say I were to build some muscles. Those muscles would be in a constant state of entropy. So I would have to maintain them. It would like be a protest against. And this is an image of human life, basically. It is just a struggle. You have to be in a condition of becoming, like the philosopher Heraclitus said. He introduced the concept of becoming. The world is a river, and you never step into the same river twice, so nothing is ever coming back. It's all flux. And what is common for this flux, it is strife. And we have forgotten to struggle at least about the things that matter the most. So we're suffering for it, and we're going under for it too.
But I don't think people, I don't think they know how to struggle, because we're always looking for that next, dopamine hit. Yeah. We're always looking for the next thing that gives us that little bit of happiness that we don't.
But
we
people-
don't do our internal alchemy. We're not trying to turn this iron into gold. We're not trying to turn this lead into gold. We're not doing our shadow work. We're not.
Most people care about comfort and status. And it's said about Heraclitus that when he learned what people prayed for in the temples to the gods, he started weeping. That's why he's called a weeping philosopher.
Because they're all frivolities.
Yeah, they prayed for wealth, but yeah, probably frivolities as well. And it's like you have all these high hopes, dreams, and aspirations, and this is what they pray for.
Yeah, no, exactly.
And yeah, and I suppose many people are bound to be that way, but either they need a state of nature or they need leaders. It's either of those two. And in a state of nature, that will kind of be done, prioritized, or weeded away. Or if you have good leaders, they will limit such excesses. They will have the ability.
I think that's definitely what we need. Like, we need strong leaders. Like, we need people who know what's going on, who know, like, first of all, who know how to fight, because that's important too. Like, you can have the knowledge, and you can know, that you have to fight, but if you don't know how to fight, it's still of no use, and that's another thing. Like, we or what we kept going back on, the practicality of things, and that you have to be able to bring the knowledge that you have into practice, because otherwise, you're just, I don't know where this, I know so many quotes, but I don't even know where they all come from. If you just read books, if you just watch the videos, watch the scholars talk and whatever, and you don't do anything with it, you're just an unpaid scholar. You're just an unpaid researcher. You're spending so many time collecting and gaining the knowledge, but if you're not doing anything with it, it's time wasted, because you've gathered all that knowledge. Okay, awesome. Are you going to do anything with it?
There's this quote by Thucydides, a Greek historian, who says that the society who creates a too great of a distinction between its scholars and fighters will have its fighting done by cowards and thinking done by fools. It's a terrible statement, but it's kind of true. And all of us fall upon a scale here. Like, for instance, I am a man who often, at least, are able to think about things, but I lack a certain competence in certain ways. And I know that because I know myself, at least to a degree. And that of course is painful for me, because let's just say I know carpenters who could put up a house, like a impressively nice house, like and I can't do that. But I also know that this skillful carpenter, he's not able to. He does not. He lives in a shadow world or some sort. He does not understand anything, right? So it's
But that's another like another part of that equality thing. Like we need to accept, or we need to start accepting, and it's not pleasant, but that there are people who are better than us.
that's certain
I
things. All qualities are
sure,
specific.
of course. I'm a chef by trade, sous chef to be exact. There are better chefs than me. There definitely are. And every Tuesday, I try to go every Tuesday, I train jujitsu. There are better fighters than me. There are guys better than me. I know that. I roll with those guys every week. I'm, tapping out more than I'm tapping them out. But I accept that because, it is what it is. You're a good writer. You're a great thinker. Definitely, you have a great mind. But there are still greater minds out there. And yeah, you can see it as a competition, like definitely a little bit of healthy competition. Sure. There's always room for improvement in whatever you're doing. But you also have to be able to accept the fact that some people you won't get at their level, either because they fought harder, studied longer, or are just naturally more gifted. And everybody is so busy
Afraid of
and
that.
so yeah. Like, oh no, he's doing a better job than I am. And as you said, I believe that was even like before we started recording, or just when we started recording, instead of trying to climb up to their level, they're trying to drag them down. Because it's a lot easier to drag someone down to your level than to fight your way up. And that's what I mean by people don't know how to struggle anymore, because we've gotten complacent. Like, we don't want to struggle anymore. We've gotten used to a certain kind of luxury. And like, yeah, I want to have what he's having. But, at the same time, like, just musicians, artists, athletes, the people that are at the top of their game, the best artists, the biggest bands that sell out arenas easy. They didn't start out that way. They worked, they grinded, they fought, they struggled to get there. But we don't see that. We just see them living a epic life, selling out arenas, doing tours all over the world. And we're like, we want that too. But we don't want to put in the effort. We don't want to go through the struggle because we don't like that, because that's not fun.
That was the sentiment of Michelangelo. He said that if people knew how much work I put into this, they wouldn't think so high of it anyway. So yeah, it wouldn't be great then, because people just want to hear about the success stories and not all the pain behind it. But also at the end of the day, we have to, I think, accept our mortality. No matter what we achieve, we're going to lose everything, and our names will ultimately be forgotten. Even the name of Odin will ultimately be forgotten in the history of the universe. Everything will be reset, unless, of course, there is some sort of reoccurring pattern. That's perhaps beyond me, but from what I understand, perhaps the gods will reincarnate as themselves. I don't know, but at least for us mortals, it will be.
Maybe even that cycle will repeat itself. That's it's a good one. Like the whole creation part.
So
maybe that too will repeat itself. If the end repeats itself, why shouldn't the beginning?
it most probably will. The question is if it will be an exact repeat or if it will be a variation of
Like
rhythm.
an alteration, because that's a good one.
I believe. I don't think it's mathematically probable that it will be exactly the same. I mean, you would have to have millions of dice or trillions of die falling in exactly the same patterns every second, and that's not possible from my perspective, at least.
I mean, if you never step into the same river twice, then why would every cycle be the same? There have been multiple resets, like worldwide resets, and after those resets, we managed to get back up again. We managed to go to new heights again, although I do believe that in antiquity we were far more advanced than we think we are, and maybe even far more advanced than we are now, just on a different level. Like human we were scale. Still human, we had technology, just not in the way that we have now. It worked completely different, and that's definitely stuff being hidden from us. But we always managed to get back up. It doesn't matter how often you get struck down, as long as you keep getting up, as long as you don't give up. And there are definitely a lot of people who have given up, who traded their spirit for luxury, who traded their struggle for complacency. But at the same time, as you said, we don't need to look at all the negativity. That's not healthy. Yes, we are, because of reasons I don't know, tuned to see the negative effects first. I guess because they have a greater impact and because they're usually longer lasting. The climate that but the thing is, there are also still people who do want to fight, people who are fighting, and I think it's like the people who, that's going back to the leadership thing again. It's a great point you brought up. The people who do want to fight, and I believe there are many who are stuck watching from the sidelines because they want to fight, they want to join in, they don't know how, they don't know where to start. And those are the people that need guidance. Those are the people that need that strong leader. Those are the people who and I think that strong leaders is so important. Just look at every great battle in history. Yes, it was won by the soldiers, of course. But who were the ones that really stood out? Those were the great leaders, whether that be in, a mass murder kind of way like Genghis Khan, or, guys like Caesar or Alexander the Great. They were great leaders. They took their people to victory. Genghis Khan would have never just conquered so much of China and the East if he wasn't such a powerful and feared leader. And same with Caesar, same with Alexander the Great. Caesar would have never ruled the Roman Empire, would have never expanded the Roman Empire the way he did if he wasn't a great leader. Alexander the Great, we wouldn't know their names if they hadn't made an impact, if they weren't great leaders. Then they would have just been another one of those.
But they also lived in societies which had a certain manliness and a warrior ethos still, and they would not be possible in this day and age. We can't get like a general today, at least not in that way. What we can get is
that's like antiquity v modernity, of course.
What we can get, I think, is a sort of visionary, like a combined Goethe and perhaps army leader in one. I think that's feasible in a sense. It's very hard because in a sense we stand in the danger of developing a cult of genius or cult of heroes. And is that really a thing? I don't know. I mean, behind every genius, there has to be so many things that go right, and otherwise you will not reach those heights. You have to have a good upbringing. You have to have a good environment. You have to have a good society. Think about all the children that are jabbed now, and what kind of impact that alone must have on them. Think about the impact of having access to a smartphone when you're 6 years old or whatever. Those things mean a lot. So I think very few people, even those who are of exceptional ability, manage to live up to their potential in this day.
Well, that's the nature versus nurture discussion, and I do believe there is a thing to be said for that, because especially as a freelance chef, I have worked in many restaurants. I have worked in many places, and there is one place in particular I can remember, which was a wine restaurant, like finer dining, and the owner was a guy who was, I believe he wasn't even 25 years old yet, and he was already considered, a master in wine and master this and master that. He had 3 master titles before the age of 25. And I'm sure he has worked hard for it, but he had sponsors. He had people around him. He was in a certain milieu which made that possible. So yeah, and I think that could be the reason why we don't have those great leaders, because
we produced a lot more geniuses before. Yes, it's true.
Yeah. Like name one 21st century philosopher, if there are any, and don't go with Jordan Peterson. No offense to that guy, but he's I don't know. But like, I do think that, and this may be wishful thinking, but if that's the case, then so be it. There is a great leader out there. There is someone out there, or multiple people with that potential, but they're not in the right environment. They're not in the right milieu. They're not minging or mingling or mixing themselves in the right circles to bring out that full potential. And I think that's the case with a lot of people, that they are capable of so much more, but because of reasons, because of society, because of family, because of personal stuff, whatever, they don't live up to their full value. And that's the thing that we need to we need to recognize sooner. And I think that's, yeah, like first of all, we need to recognize it, or learn how to recognize it again. Because, back in the day, we could see when someone was a great leader. We could see it from when they were a little child, like, oh yeah, that boy, he's going to become a great leader someday. He is going to be the new Caesar. He is going to be the new Heracles. But since everything has to be the same, everyone has to be the same, homogeneity, it's so suppressed, and you're so expected to be like everyone else, that those children, teenagers, whatever they may be, that they are so occupied with living up to those standards set on them, that they can't bring out their full potential. And I do believe that, that's why the weird people, the outcasts, I think those are the people that have the greatest potential, because they wouldn't be the weird guys or the outcasts if they just behaved like everyone else, if they dressed like everyone else, because then they would be everyone else.
Yeah, that's probably true. I think that the people with the greatest potential are not among the outcasts, but the people with the greatest potential squander it because they will always adjust to society. That's what makes them successful to begin with. So it's like a conflicting thought there. I don't think Caesar or Alexander the Great was an outcast. It comes with a price. Being an outcast is like being the low aspect of Odin, and that gives many advantages, but it also comes at a price.
Yeah.
And one of those
Yeah,
prices
okay.
is that you don't have perhaps the social attunement or the social respect or certain powers of charisma that might bring you somewhere in those
Because you are
spheres.
seen as an outcast and therefore lesser. Yeah, okay.
But
Okay.
not only that, because you have the aspects of the outcast as an inherent quality of yourself, which makes you like they say that the world is divided into leaders, followers, and independents. And you can imagine society as a spear,
Mhm.
where the leaders represent the point of the spear, and the followers represent the mass and the weight of the spear, and the independents represent the flexibility, so the spear won't shatter when it impacts upon something. And I believe the outcasts of today are really independent. They're not really leaders, basically.
Yeah.
And basically the leaders have been swallowed up by the monster that is modern society. They are caught by this paradigm because they're not independent. They don't have the ability to just say no.
And because the wrong people see their potential. Like, I think that's a big part of it too, that so many of those potential leaders, they get snatched
Bought off.
up with bought off, or just flat out bought, with the promise of money, fame, power, all the things that like everyone wants. Well, everyone, not everyone, of course, but it's the generalization. Like, what does everyone want? Everyone wants to be famous. Everyone wants to be wealthy. Everyone wants to have power, have people listen to them. So if there is one group that says to you, hey, just do this for us and we'll give you all of that,
But let's consider the situation in the Roman Republic at this time of Caesar, because everyone can agree that this was a very corrupt regime. And one of the reasons it was corrupt was because it operated with limited resources. There were only so many resources to go around in society to create an elite. So not everyone that thought they deserved to be on top got to be on top. And this is very familiar with our society now, because it's the same thing. There's not enough resources to go around, and therefore you have the start of a great struggle where the ruling class really turns against its own people. It's really insanity. And Caesar was one of the elite, he was, but he thought for himself that I'm not getting the position I deserve, and therefore I must crush the elite. I must ally myself with the people and crush the elite. He was one of the elite that turned against the elite. And I think that perhaps we will have a replica of that situation, that we will have someone higher up who does not get to be a mega billionaire, at least automatically, or whatever. and he will be pissed. And there will be a lot of willing soldiers to be recruited when we have an escalating crisis, because what we see now is just the beginning. There will be a point. We have this expression in Norway, which is called the knife upon the throat. So you don't have any choice. You have to act drastically. Most the people that are passive today, even those you talked about, those who stand on the sidelines and just watch, and they want to do something, but they don't really know how. Well, at one point they will have to do something or just die, basically. And that's the point where a great leader can come in.
It's cruel, but it's true.
Yeah, because most people don't understand ideas. Most people understand necessity or perhaps their desires. Most people won't fight and die for ideals. That's just a few crazy people that do that, I think.
That's what the knights of old did. That's what those ignorant people back in history did.
It's a rarity. It's a rarity. Perhaps even then. Perhaps. I mean,
you'll still see it in the religious extremist groups. Like, they are willing to die for it, and
you can rightfully
gladly so.
You can rightfully call them idealists, no matter what cause they're fighting for. But you have to be of a special breed, and most people are not like that. But in Caesar's army was a legion, and there were many kinds of people there, many normal people, many followers, I suppose. I mean, competent people, very competent and brave, but still followers. And that's what you need to have an army. You need followers. So
I think that's like quickly going back to what the branch mentions before he left with the fake pagans. I mean, you know them as well. You know, they're screaming at the top of their lungs, you know, Valhalla and Odin, oh, I'm going to Valhalla and whatever. And it's like, okay, then go die on the battlefield. You know, go. You want to go to Valhalla? Go. And then even then it's not guaranteed. Oh, wait, I actually, like, I can't just LARP it. I can't just like say I'm gonna go to Valhalla, and like I really want to, but I don't like actually want to do something for it. And like they'll present themselves as an idealist. You know, if you'll ask them, they're definitely gonna say yes. You know, same with same with like, if for example you ask people like with World War II, like, would you be on the side of the of the Axis or the Allies? You know, oh, no, I would, I would save the Jews and I would fucking kill the Germans and whatever. COVID's been a great test of that.
Oh yes.
Those what was it, 2-3 years? They've been a great test of that. They've been a great test to see who would actually fight with you and who would fight against you, who would help you, like, basically hide, because sometimes you literally had to, and who would rat you out in an instance. And funny thing is, or sad thing, I suppose, is that the people who were exclaiming the loudest that, oh no, if that were to happen, I'd be on the side of the good guys, I would help the good guys, I would help them hide. 9 out of 10 people are the ones who would rat you out right away.
Yeah, that's sad. If I would have thought that most of them would be of the passive type. Like, I really like the alignment system of Dungeons and Dragons. Like, there would be true neutrals, so they won't rat you out.
You would have to talk with Raven about that. Like, he's really into to RPGs.
True neutrals is the most common alignment, and those people won't rat you out right away, but they will rat you out if they feel that they're in danger or if they have overwhelming advantages in doing so. But if you follow the logic of the system, it might not reflect reality. It's just a thought. But it's like in the old Eastern German Republic, it was said like 80% of the population were informants or something like that, really crazy. So yeah, and I think that's, unfortunately, our Germanic spirit has been kind of corrupted. So we have now a very conformist population, a very indirect population. Yeah,
like, speaking of World War II, I think that that did a lot for it. That did a lot to crush the Germanic spirit, not even necessarily the German spirit, but truly indeed the Germanic spirit, because just, and it also caused that like, you can't say anything about Jews anymore because of World War II. And like, even just certain phrases, like, as a German, you cannot be a nationalist. You cannot say, Deutschland über alles, Deutschland, Germany before everything.
You can't even wave the flag because Merkel will come and get that flag, if you have seen that movie clip.
Yeah, like, you would be branded a Nazi right away. And
But the thing is, we're doing it to ourselves. This is our morality. We allow for it to happen.
Yeah, it's brother wars. It's brother against brother, cousin against cousin. Yeah, that's the sad part. And I think
had every German been an anarchist, nobody could control them, right? But we create the shackles we are bound with, basically, and it's shackles of the mind, because we have become our own policemen in a sense because of this morality. I really need a bathroom break. Can I do that, or should we finish? What do you think?
Well, looking at the time, it's the same time for us, so I think we should wrap it up.
Okay, so we can. But we can wrap it up, like finish this thought pattern at least. Interesting, because what is it that damaged our Germanic spirit, if we can call it that? And you say World War II, and that's true, but
it's a big part of it. It's not the only thing, but it's a big part of it, at least in more modern times.
I think it's Protestantism, and that we've been bred into conformity over the centuries. I truly believe that. I think this is very apparent in Sweden. There is this great Swedish dramaticist called Strindberg, who says that in Sweden, any form of dissent is seen, any form of dissent at all is seen as insanity, because all the independent thinkers have been kind of driven away. And it happens not directly. It's not like they stone you or anything. It's more subtle than that. They just freeze you out. And I think this has been like a pattern for us over a long time, over the centuries. And the effects are starting to hit now, because we have very few, what can you call, independence or warrior types left.
Yeah,
basically. There are too many followers, basically.
We chased away the strong man, or like we said to them, like, look, we don't need any strong man. We don't want any strong man. Go be a strong man somewhere else. Mm-hmm. And now we're seeing the effects of it. Now we don't have those strong men, those strong leaders to help us, to guide us, to protect us even, and everybody has become a follower to the wrong leaders, to the people who stood up as leaders and said, like, no worries, we'll guide you, we know you need it. And no, we're not taking anything in return. Just your gratitude and your following is enough. But then
got to double my holdings like Bill Gates or something in the course of a year. It's like in pure insanity.
Yeah, he bought up so much farmland. Going back to what we said way at the beginning, like BlackRock buying up actual property, Bill Gates buying up actual land, but we can buy digital real estate. We can buy digital land, which is worthless, and the land, because it's zeros and ones.
And the land
doesn't exist.
In Ukraine, all the land is owned by the globalists too, not the Ukrainians. So what are they really fighting for? It's huge tragedy. So this altruism these leaders speak about, like, we are going to help you and we care so much. It's just a crowbar to break into power. It's just it's so cruel and crude. It's like a cudgel, and it's obvious too. Everyone who thinks sees it, but most people don't think that.
That's the thing. We have let those people do the thinking for us.
And I believe the followers too have lost. I believe the followers of old had, at least, they didn't think so much perhaps, but they at least had some instincts when they saw, if they saw the things happening now, they would kind of rise up basically, but just by pure instinct. But now everyone are like,
But even human instinct is suppressed, is branded as unnatural, you know, or dangerous, or, you know, even like if free speech now is considered dangerous, like sometimes I do wonder, like, how much further can we fall? Like we have fallen so deep already. Like, when are we gonna hit rock bottom? When is this Yuga gonna end? When is Ragnarok gonna end? When are we gonna hit rock bottom? And when?
I believe at least we reached this stage where we finally have physical consequences, because we finally are getting some starvation and some sort of energy crisis, and this has been long in the making. And in a way, I mean, it's a bad thing to say.
A rude wake up, like a very rude wake up, and it does seem indeed like it's speeding up. Like there are no longer
But
several years between the events. Like they follow up one after each other. Like we went from COVID to Ukraine to, I believe it's Iran we're supposed to be angry about now.
But it's so apparent to me that the leadership, the elite, has tried to preempt the coming rebellion by doing this, because
it's what?
How can you rebel? You're already broken when you have no immune system, when you're perhaps sterile, you have no future. I mean,
you're too focused on not dying.
Yeah,
like,
and you've already
literally
given in once or twice or 4 times, who knows, 6 times.
That's why I also said that, you know, the whole pandemic, it was a big test. You know, it's been said in one of her previous episodes too. Like, it was one big compliance test, among other things. See who will just not ask questions and do it right away. Who will just not think, just do.
Yeah, and they have all of these centers recorded in a database, so they're easy to find. And in a physical sense, it would be easy to take our countries back even now, but we don't have the spirit for it. Like, we touch into how important spirit is. What we lack is then spirit. Like, the things that the Japanese did in World War II were not ideal, to put it that way, but they were defined by having a strong warrior spirit. I think most people can agree. And
that's, you know, still going back to the samurai. Yeah. Those were their warriors, and I do believe that in the East, the warrior spirit has been better preserved.
Probably. But if you look at places like, perhaps not Japan, but like South Korea, they have been so plagued by the ills of modernity by now. I mean,
yeah,
it's
just look at those K-pop groups, you know.
Yeah, that's like the flower of the disease.
Oh man, I even read the other day, or saw the other day, that some guy from some K-pop group is now the most handsome man on the planet, replacing Henry Cavill, the guy who played Superman in the last couple of movies.
Oh.
So, and it's funny because those K-pop guys, basically,
I didn't know there were guys involved. But
they're really effeminate looking men. So I guess that you could say that the beauty standard is going back to that. again. Like that cycle is
Yeah, interesting. The European aristocracy at one point they were dressing in like knee socks or whatever.
knee
Kind of,
socks, high heels, big hair, big wigs, and or just
yeah,
even more recent. Look at the 80s glam bands.
yeah. And in a way, it's kind of a contrast because every other guy was like a rugged agricultural worker, had a lot of muscles and tan and stuff. So you create a contrast if you can afford to come and be very effeminate.
To dress up in all those fancy clothes. Yeah.
But it makes it strange still that if the Korean beauty ideal, what's the contrast there? I don't get that because do they have
neither.
rugged men there?
Probably. I do not know. I don't know too little of the East. All I know is that those K-pop groups, they're the new generation of boy bands. They are really effeminate looking men.
Do you know the pagan guy by the name Stephen McNallen?
Yeah.
Yeah, he had this statement that like World War II, and of course, most people dislike World War II because of all that happened there, but still, according to him, World War II was really an expression, at least in Europe, by spirit of Wotan, but it was the spirit of Wotan without wisdom, according to him. And the next time around, we should be more wise, basically.
I mean, if there is one thing that the guy with the funny mustache that he brought back, or like really made a conceited effort to bring back, was German or Germanic paganism. There were those parades again. Germanic paganism was on the rise again, and the old warrior culture, the old Germanic warrior culture was indeed rising again. So I guess you could say that Wotan's spirit was being reawakened. But you can't have a strong Europe, of course, and Germania, however you want to call it, has always been a very strong country. The German band Rammstein, they made a whole song about it, Deutschland, singing their the praises about Germany, but at the same time that they really want to love Germany. They really want to love their country. But because of all that has happened in like recent history and whatever, they really can't, because it's seen as wrong. It's seen as something you don't do. Like as a German, you're not supposed to be proud anymore. And I'm looking up the lyrics real quick because they did it so well.
If there's some, while you're searching, I can comment. If there's something you do not allow yourself to be, it will be too late, because when you need it, you can no longer choose it.
I guess it's just for Germans, like like I said, it's hard to very hard to be nationalistic, because of all that happened, and because of, the last guy that was hyper nationalistic, we know what has caused it. Oh ja, mein Herz in Flammen will dich lieben und verdammen. Dein Atem kalt, so jung und doch so alt. My heart is in flames. My heart is burning. Because I want to love you, and I want to damn you. Because you're supposed to damn Germany for all that has happened, but they want to love it at the same time because they are German, and they want to love their country. So jung und doch so alt. Germany as a country is a fairly young country. Germania, on the other hand, has a rich history spanning back millennia. So Germany as a country, as a people, are young und doch so alt, and yet they are so old, yet the history goes so far back. And I think it's commendable of them that they brought that struggle into song, because it's something that I don't think just Germans, but Europeans in general struggle with.
Yeah,
we want to love our country, we want to love our people, but at the same time, looking at history, just looking at all the shit we did in Africa as a as a Dutchman, dude, we did shit in Africa that's not okay. But at the same time, I mean, I love my country. I love the canals. I love the lakes. I love the people. They're my people. But at the same time, I'm not saying that therefore I condone everything that we have done in the past.
in a sense, this is like a psychology of guilt. And I mean, if you look at other peoples in the world, they have done just the same, or maybe even worse through their history, but they have no guilt for it.
Yeah.
So what I really think
and even there is a dualism in, for example, because just like take Germany and America, for example, the two quote unquote big players in World War II. The Germans are not supposed to love Germany. A German nationalist or a German patriot, you're going to be painted as the new Hitler. Well, and at the same time, as a American, like, patriotism is supposed to be the heart of America, in the heart of every American. Like, America is the greatest country on earth, and fuck everybody who doesn't think so. They're just wrong. So, but look at what America has done and is doing. They are they are the epitome of globalists.
they're
they
new
are
Rome in many ways.
They are, and the fall of America is the fall of Rome.
Yeah.
But for them,
Yeah.
it's okay to be a patriot. For them, it's
also
applauded to love their country.
But it's also a civic form of nationalism that is used as a tool to get soldiers, basically. So it's not really
for your country.
Yeah, but it's not yours, so there's nothing to fight and die for.
No.
Because I believe then that I'm not saying that we should become like these immoral blonde beasts or whatever. I'm saying that we should let go of this guilt, which we ourselves are guilty of inflicting upon ourselves, because ultimately there's nobody doing this to us. We're doing it to ourselves, because we have learned to love these shackles of the mind, which we have forged
to
control ourselves. And in a sense, it's easy, or at least it's easy for a guy like me, because I could just say that, hey, I'm letting go of this, because I have that ability. I can, for instance, they say that as the Stoics say that suffering is a choice. So ideally, I could choose if I wanted to suffer or not, no matter what happened to me. Ideally,
Yeah,
that's
kind
a
of.
tall. That's a
kinda
tall
go-
order, but still.
Kind of going back to what I said about heaven and hell being a mindset.
Yeah, it's largely true. It's a deep discussion whether the world is mine. But
we need the branch for this one. So
Yeah.
next time.
but for most Germanics or Germans, just letting go of the chains, just dropping it, it's what they're familiar with, I guess. They're familiar with it, and they fear the unknown. They fear it so badly that they will just stick to those chains until they're
Yes.
forced to take them off.
Yeah.
And either they will be forced by the knife on the throat, or they'll be forced by a great leader that you talked about. That's what I think.
Yeah. Well, we'll see where
Indeed.
where we'll see where the cycle goes. We'll see where this Ragnarok, this Kali Yuga, this apocalypse, these revelations, where they will lead us. And I think on this note, we should be ending it.
Yes.
It's getting late, or well, early. For both of us, we're on the same time zone for a change. So yeah, this has been Ragnarok episode 4, and for the last, I'm gonna say, hour 45 minutes, just me and Light Elf, and
So
there he goes again. There he goes.
The uncreated light.
And I got a solar background, so that is trippy. Okay.
Yeah, so now we're
I'll
shining through with a spiritual light.
when I'm editing this, I'll put in a epilepsy warning, because
Yeah, okay.
dude, if I didn't have it already, I for sure have it now.
That's bad.
No, but thank you to everyone who has come on. Thank you to Joshua
Thanks for-
TheBranch. Thank you to the Crypto Ronin, Beer Dog, Light Elf. Thank you for definitely thank you for
Thanks for having me.
and for staying on so long too, because it's late for the both of us, and man, it's been great, and we definitely need to do a show one-on-one. It's been awesome.
Would be great.
Yeah. This was episode 4 of Ragnarok on the Greyhorn Pagans Podcast. You can find us on all the bigger podcasting platforms and on Alt Media United. If you listen to us on the bigger podcasting platforms, don't forget to leave us that sweet 5-star rating. It's all about algorithm, and 5 stars just really helps. If you want to support our work, if you want to support the podcast, we have a Patreon and we have a Ko-fi. I still do not know how to pronounce it correctly. But you can support us there. You can find us at ko-fi.com/greyhornpagans and at patreon.com/greyhornpagans. On the Patreon, we have a special Patreon exclusive that is the original story written by Joshua Fortini, Mr. Child of Ash 420, The Shadow Crown. It's a amazing story. I have or we have, I should say, several pieces lined up to go. One will come out bi-weekly, so every 2 weeks a new part will come out. We are about to wrap up chapter 1 already, in the scheduling and the writing. So for a mere €3 a month, you will have access to a amazing and epic original story. And there are, of course, some more tiers with more benefits. I will name them all later and edit them in. It's late. I'm tired. We're both tired. White Elf is looking like he can fall asleep at any moment. So once again, this was the Greyhorn Pagans Podcast, Ragnarok episode 4. Thank you all, and good night, or good morning, I should say.
Goodbye. Yes.
Okay. See ya. And he is gone. Well, guys, girls, gals, ghouls, anything in between, everyone that is still watching on YouTube, which is me. I am going to bed. Thank you all thank you all for being here. Thank you all for everyone who has joined us in the YouTube chat. Thank you to the Cozy Crone. Thank you to Child of Ash. Thank you to TheBranch, and thank you to Burdock. Some good things going on in the YouTube chat too. But I am going to end it here. I thank you all. And yeah, good night. Sleep tight. Sleep well. I'm off. I'm tired.